Chapter 1811. Lu Yuan's expression immediately darkened. Was this why Lu Jin wanted to leave them? Because the enemy he was facing wasn't an ordinary person, but a conglomerate that truly controlled the world's financial lifeline. The resources and manpower these people could use were much more powerful than He Qingjin's. Lu Jin thought that they could escape He Qingjin's pursuit, but they couldn't escape the pursuit of these conglomerates that controlled the world's financial lifeline. Gu Nianji couldn't take her eyes off the TV. Her hands unconsciously balled into fists and covered her mouth as she nervously waited for their reactions. In fact, the small conference room was silent for a moment before a few chuckles rang out. Then, more and more people laughed. Although there were only 7 or 8 people in the room, the sound of everyone laughing together was still quite impressive. On the television, Lorraine seemed to be angered by everyone's reaction. He sneered, "Do you think it's funny? Do you think it's a fantasy? But our Lorraine family's laboratories in New York, Berlin, and Huaxia are working hard and have recently made breakthroughs. I believe that soon, you'll be lining up with money to beg me to improve your genes." So powerful. The people in the room looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Everyone sitting here was a smart person. For them, a beautiful blueprint and an exciting slogan were not enough to convince them, because they were good at doing so themselves. Only by taking out real evidence, and only real evidence, like real gold and silver, could he make them believe in him, make them worship him, and then become his followers. Lorraine's gaze swept across these people's faces and saw that their expressions had changed from disbelief to skepticism. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could believe a little, it would be fine. Because he needed money, a lot of money, to support his biological genetic laboratories all over the world. He needed to convince more people to join his project, and thus inject new funds to keep the project running better. Lorraine waited for a while to let his skepticism settle. Just as he was about to add fuel to the fire, he suddenly saw the silent Corsican sitting opposite him stand up. This man was Lu Jin, disguised as Von Rolson. He was wearing a tailored tuxedo and a silver pocket watch chain on his chest. He asked in confusion, "Mr. Lorraine, I remember that your project started with your great-great-grandfather, right? Hasn't it been almost 100 years? Lorraine paused for a moment, then quickly said with a smile, "Yes, my great-great-grandfather was the initiator of this project. If I'm not wrong, your family's project made great progress after World War II. Can you tell me in detail how you made the breakthrough after World War II?" The corner of Lorraine's mouth twitched imperceptibly, but he maintained his gentlemanly smile and said, "These are our scientific secrets. Please forgive me for not being able to comment. But you want us to invest." Lu Jin hit the nail on the head and said sharply, "You didn't even tell us your specific plan, and you want us to invest money. Even if it's a Ponzi scheme, it wouldn't be so outrageous, right? Even if you're just painting a cake to appease your hunger, you should at least paint a cake for us to see." The people in the room burst into laughter again. Even Gu Nianji and Lu Yuan, who were in front of the television, couldn't help laughing. "Don't you trust my family?" Fortunately, Lorraine's face was already red from the sun, so no one noticed that he was actually blushing awkwardly. In front of the TV, Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and said, "Why do white people like to tan themselves? Look at the dark look on his face. It can be said that he's very thick-skinned." On the TV screen, Lu Jin put his hands in the pockets of his tuxedo and shook his head disapprovingly. "Business is business. I believe that everyone here is smarter than me and knows what kind of plan is worth investing in." "Mr. Rolster, what do you mean?" Lorraine's expression darkened even more. "If you're willing to invest, I'd welcome it. I understand if you don't want to. But please don't stop other people's desire for genetic technology." Lu Jin scoffed. "Mr. Lorraine, don't try to change the subject. Please answer my question. How much money has been spent on the laboratory supported by your family over the years? What results have been achieved? What is the market conversion rate? and what is the profit model and prospects? If you want to take this opportunity to ask us for investment, don't you want to prepare a PowerPoint beforehand? Lorraine narrowed his eyes and looked Lu Jin up and down. Mr. Rolster, I still stand by what I said. The experiments done in our laboratory are patented and can't be made public. As for the profit prospects, I can say that we're only one step away from success. When the perfect gene appears, everyone's returns won't just be 1 or 2 times, but 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. You make it sound better than you sing. But you still won't tell me the reason. Lu Jin raised his gold-rimmed glasses and said coldly, "Then, let me tell you the reason." His gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the meeting room. He was cold, sharp, and inhuman. The reason why Mr. Lorraine found this opportunity to promote his family's business is because they've invested for so long, nearly 100 years, but until now, they still haven't gained anything. Lu Jin picked up the remote control on the round table and turned on the projection screen on the wall. He connected it to the special iPad he had brought with him and said, "I have a copy of the Lorraine family's balance sheet and cash flow here." On the projection screen, several financial statements were displayed. The people in the room were familiar with these financial statements. With a casual glance, they realized that there was a big problem with the Lorraine family's finances. Do you know why Lorraine is so eager to promote their results? Because he's looking for someone to take over. Lu Jin pointed at the numbers on the projection screen with the remote control. Look, they've spent so much money, but the return has been 0. What does this mean? This means that their experiments haven't yielded any results at all. This so-called superhuman perfect gene experiment is a fantasy that goes against the laws of nature and science. Lu Jin spoke passionately. I won't even give you the word sci-fi, because you don't deserve it. Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. She finally understood where her drama queen gene came from. If someone who didn't know the details of Lu Jin's words, they would have been completely convinced by him and believed that it was impossible for a perfect gene to appear in humans. In fact, it was in Lu Jin's hands that the first perfect gene in human history was born. We've got results. Lorraine was forced into a corner by Lu Jin, so he had no choice but to reveal the latest results in his laboratory. Our laboratory in the Huaxia Empire has recently achieved major results. A DNA sample that is very close to the perfect gene will arrive in New York tonight. Our scientists will take over and conduct a full verification. This was today's second update, Chapter 1800, The Drama Queen Gene. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1812. Ha! Lu Jin smiled but didn't say anything. He looked like he was saying, "Do you think I'll believe you?" Everyone in the room chuckled as well. Did he think everyone was an idiot? Lorraine was a little anxious. Mr. Rolster, you don't believe me. It's not that I don't believe you, but I think there's no such thing as a perfect gene, because it goes against scientific common sense. In other words, in our current understanding of genetic science, there's no theoretical basis for the existence of a perfect gene, Lu Jin said slowly and spread his hands at everyone. Lu Jin said slowly and spread his hands at everyone. I've invested the most in biopharmaceuticals over the years, so I can say that I know this industry very well, so I also know a little about the Rahl family's ancestral project. Of course, they have a lot of money, so they can burn it however they want. It's none of our business, so I've never said anything. But Mr. Lorraine wants to take money from us to support his family's experimental project. I'm sorry, I won't play with you. Mr. Rolster, please listen to me. When Lorraine heard that Rolster had also invested in biopharmaceuticals, his arrogance immediately subsided. I know this experiment sounds unbelievable, but it's not completely impossible. You all know about the bacterial research that Japan did in Huaxia during World War II, right? In fact, They also have a secret research on biological genetics, which is very similar to our family's superhuman project. Lorraine gritted his teeth. He knew that he couldn't beat the wolf without sacrificing his own child. He still had to reveal some of the information they had to get everyone to invest. He continued, this information was exchanged by Japan with the United States after the end of World War II. Our Lorraine family happened to get a copy, and we shared this information with our laboratories all over the world. Do you know the world-famous brain surgeon, Miss Qin Yaoguang? She's the backbone of our laboratory in Huaxia. She proposed the concept of gene editing and finally made a breakthrough in our plan. But she's not the most powerful person. Our Huaxia laboratory once had a genius called Kevin Ku. His Chinese name is Gu Xiangwen. He's the genius among geniuses. Lorraine was full of praise for Gu Xiangwen, his face full of admiration. This was a little awkward. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched, and she didn't know where to look. Lu Yuan pursed his lips and laughed. He joked, your father doesn't even feel embarrassed. Why do you feel embarrassed? Gu Nianji glanced at the TV screen and saw that the Von Rolson on the screen had an interested expression. She couldn't tell at all that he was the Gu Xiangwen that Lorraine was praising. Lorraine said excitedly, he and Madame Qin Yaoguang have both successfully gene-edited, fertilized eggs and allowed them to survive. Lu Jin blinked and asked curiously, Gu Xiangwen. Who was this person? Is it famous? Why haven't I heard of it before? He was famous many years ago. Lorraine awkwardly wiped the sweat off his forehead. After that, he committed a crime in China and was wanted. In the end, he was burned to death. Tisk tisk. Mr. Bart shook his head regretfully. Ordinary people are so ignorant. They always want to burn heresy to death. The true geniuses among us are the heretics in their eyes. Bruno, who propagated the heliocentric theory, and Prometheus, who obtained the fire seed for mankind, both had an indissoluble bond with fire. May God bless him. Bart crossed his chest. Lu Jin pretended to say, Amen. Then he seemed to be a little more interested. He asked Lorraine, then what's with the DNA sample that you mentioned is very close to the perfect gene? Where did you get it? Gu Xiangwen died many years ago. Does this perfect gene DNA sample have anything to do with him? Lorraine shook her head regretfully and said, unfortunately, Gu Xiangwen's genius is not in biological genetics, but in high-energy physics. After the fertilized egg he edited grew up, it did not show the characteristics of the perfect gene. In later research, it also did not show the qualities of a superhuman, so our experimenters determined that it had failed. Gu Xiangwen had only gene-edited Gu Nianji's DNA. If Gu Xiangwen's experiment was considered a failure, then whose DNA sample was sent over? Lu Jin's expression was a little strange. He had thought that the other party had sent over Gu Nianji's DNA sample, although he had destroyed all the information about Gu Nianji in Qin Yaoguang's laboratory back then. Gu Nianji had come into contact with Qin Yaoguang and the others many times now that she had returned to this world. They could perform a DNA analysis on any of her fallen hair. Therefore, he had a preconceived notion that he could no longer hide this matter. However, Lorraine's words made him doubt his analysis. Lu Jin sat down with sparkling eyes. If Gu Xiangwen's experiment failed in the end, then whose experiment succeeded? Lorraine smiled. Of course it was Miss Qin Yaoguang's experiment. The fertilized egg she edited has now grown up. In the laboratory's follow-up research, we found that her genes are the closest to the perfect gene so far. We even believe that the perfect gene is like the infinity in mathematics. You can get infinitely close to it, but you will never be able to reach it. Therefore, I believe that the DNA sample we have this time is the closest humans have to the perfect gene. As long as our scientists succeed in verifying it, then our superhuman project will enter the real practical stage. It's like a new drug that has already entered the third phase of clinical practice. For a pharmaceutical company, entering the third phase of clinical trials meant that the drug would only need to be approved from the trial to the market. So, are you still going to wait and see? Lorraine looked at the people in the room with a smile. This is the last chance for you to keep up with the latest developments in technology. If you miss today, you'll miss tomorrow. Bart and Bits looked at each other and were a little tempted. They knew better than anyone how profitable pioneers were in the technology market. Everyone was competing on speed. They were competing on who could develop faster, have a better eye, and be more effective. Lu Jin had wanted to stop these people from continuing to invest, but he realized that this so-called perfect gene sample actually had nothing to do with Gu Nianji, so he didn't plan to interfere. It was obvious that the DNA sample that Lorraine was talking about was the only successful fertilized egg of Qin Yaoguang, Wen Shi, right? Lu Jin didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng didn't understand. He glanced at Lu Jin, walked over, and bent down to whisper something in his ear. Lu Jin nodded and said to the people in the room, "I have a call to answer." "Excuse me." "Go ahead." Lorraine saw that she had said enough, so she was no longer nervous. She smiled and gestured for someone to open the door and let Mr. Rolster and his bodyguard out. When they arrived at the corridor outside, Lu Jin entered a small room next to him that was specially used to make phone calls. Hua Xiaoheng stood guard at the door. He turned on the electromagnetic shielding signal and then spoke to Lu Jin through his Bluetooth headset. That way, he wouldn't be afraid of being eavesdropped. "Why didn't you stop them?" Lu Jin held his phone in the room and looked at the charming Manhattan skyline outside the window. He smiled and said, "The sample they said has nothing to do with Gu Xiangwen, so it's definitely not Nianji. Why should I care? But don't forget, in the eyes of outsiders, Nianji is Qin Yaoguang's successful test subject. They don't know your role in the middle. Even the He family used to only think of Qin Yaoguang as He Zhichu's savior. And not many people knew about Wen Shi's existence back then. Probably only you, Wen Dayo, and Qin Yaoguang knew. Perhaps Qin Bei knew too. If it weren't for the recent lawsuit, no one would have known that Wen Shi was actually the product of Qin Yaoguang's gene editing." Hua Xiaoheng patiently persuaded Lu Jin, "So you can't just stand by and do nothing. I suspect that the DNA sample they sent is actually Nianji's." Lu Jin's expression turned ugly. Then why did they say it was the DNA sample closest to the perfect gene? If it's Nianji's DNA sample, then it can't be said to be the closest at all, because it's basically the perfect gene. Hua Xiaoheng said without a change in expression, "I'm not sure either, so I think we can't let our guard down. It's best if we can intercept the DNA sample they sent and check whose gene it is first." Lu Jin quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll go and ask him where the sample is right away. We have to check it before they do. Lorraine just said that she'll arrive in New York tonight." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. "We don't have much time. We can't let them land in New York tonight. Do you have a way?" Lu Jin chuckled. "Of course. When I find out the flight number, I'll make sure that plane can't land in New York tonight." Hua Xiaoheng immediately said, "Just let the plane land at the nearby New Jersey airport. I'll rush over right now and swap their DNA samples before they enter customs." "New Jersey airport? It's not far." Lu Jin asked doubtfully, "Can you make it in time?" "I can. You're in charge of landing the plane at New Jersey airport." "I'll leave first," Hua Xiaoheng said as he walked towards the elevator. Lu Jin came out of the small room and searched for a few times on his phone. He returned to the small conference room and sat back in his seat. At that moment, Lorraine was giving an impassioned speech. "Gentlemen, I have another problem that I need your help with. Our genius scientist, Miss Qin Yaoguang, has made such an unprecedented achievement, but because of a small disagreement, she was sent to court by her adopted daughter and is now facing prison. I hope that everyone here can use their influence and work with the Lorraine family to pressure the Huaxia Empire government to release Miss Qin Yaoguang. Bring her to the United States. This was today's first update, Chapter 1801, Unprecedented Achievements. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1813. Before Lu Jin could react, Gu Nianji, who was in front of the TV, had already jumped up from the sofa. No! We can't let it go. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. So that's how it is. The Qin family was willing to take out the so-called perfect gene to save Qin Yaoguang, right? And by pinning Gu Xiangwen's, or Lu Jin's, achievements on Qin Yaoguang, their chances of winning would be higher. On the TV, Lu Jin sat down with a slight frown. He looked at Lorraine and said, "What did you say?" "Say it again." "I wasn't here just now, so I didn't hear you clearly." Lorraine quickly repeated, "It's like this. Miss Qin Yaoguang's achievements are worthy of a Nobel Prize." "No, it's even more epic-making than a Nobel Prize. How can we let her go to jail because of a small matter back then?" He glanced at the people in the room and tried his best to incite, if the DNA sample sent tonight is really the closest to the perfect gene, then we need Miss Qin Yaoguang to continue her research and turn this closest into the real, perfect gene. Don't you want to? When the time comes, superhumans won't be a dream. All of your health will be significantly improved. The people in this room were undoubtedly people who could talk directly to the head of any country in the world. As long as they wanted to, as long as they were willing to, it was completely possible to get Qin Yaoguang out of prison. Lorraine could also negotiate with the Huaxia Empire directly, but just in case, he thought it would be better for everyone to do it together. Lu Jin listened expressionlessly and laughed. Your request is too urgent. The DNA sample hasn't even been delivered yet, and it hasn't been verified yet. You're already thinking so far ahead. I want to ask, what crime did Miss Qin Yaoguang commit? Will she be sentenced to death immediately? Lorraine shook his head. It's not that serious. It was just a small matter back then. I heard it had something to do with her adopted daughter when she was young. He spoke vaguely, deliberately obscuring his vision. Lu Jin smiled. There's no need for all of us to do it, right? Mr. Lorraine, isn't your family strong enough? Lorraine forced a smile and said. Of course it's enough, but it'll be safer if everyone does it together. As long as your family is strong enough, there's no need for all of us to do it together. Lu Jin made a decision for the people in the room. It won't be too late for us to make a move when your family doesn't have enough power to get Miss Qin Yaoguang out. However, if even the power of the Lolo family isn't enough to get Miss Qin Yaoguang out of the Huaxia Empire's prison, then it means that Miss Qin Yaoguang's crime is definitely not a small matter. Mr. Lorraine, I don't think it's a good idea for you to hide this from me. The people in the room had already been encouraged by Lorraine. For them, getting a person back was just a phone call and a statement. They did not take it to heart at all. Now, at the words of this, Herr von Rolson, he was alarmed. Yes, Lorraine's words seemed to contradict himself. If it was just a small matter, the Rohrer family could have just stepped in. Why did they have to drag everyone down with them? If even the Luolei clan couldn't get Qin Yaoguang out, then what Qin Yaoguang had done was definitely not a small matter. Everyone possessed this bit of common sense and logical reasoning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become true plutocrats. Lorraine's face turned red from Lu Jin's words. Of course, it could also be from anger. He stared at Lu Jin for a while and nodded stiffly. Okay, then we'll talk about it when the DNA sample arrives tonight. Lu Jin smiled slowly and said, "What time is the flight tonight? Will your scientists be waiting at the airport?" "As far as I know, if it's a blood sample, it needs to be stored at a certain temperature using special methods, or it might be contaminated." Lu Jin had just said that he had been investing in biopharmaceuticals, so it wasn't surprising that he knew this common sense. No one doubted him. Instead, they nodded in unison and said, "This is very important." Lorraine smiled smugly and said, "Don't worry, the flight at 9:00 tonight will land at JFK International Airport. It's still a few hours away. Of course, our scientists will be waiting at the airport. They'll start testing the samples as soon as they get them." "Is it flying straight from the Huaxia Empire?" Lu Jin pretended to be nonchalant as he tried to gather as much information as possible so that he could confirm the flight number and turn the flight around. "No, it's a direct flight from H City." Lorraine looked at the information in her hand. This matter was unusually important within their group, so Lorraine was personally involved in organizing and dispatching personnel. Lu Jin's expression froze. H City. Could that really be Gu Ninji's DNA? He immediately thought of Gu Ninji taking the bullet for Peter in M City. She had almost been torn apart by the anti-material sniper rifle and had been sent to H City for emergency treatment. At that time, he had performed a temporary surgery on Gu Ninji at the West Camp Hospital in H City and removed all the shrapnel. After the surgery, he had still erased the surgical equipment that was stained with Gu Ninji's blood. He had instructed Peter, who had been by Gu Ninji's bed at the time, to deal with the blood-stained clothes. Now that he knew that Peter was Hu Xiaoheng, he should have dealt with it very carefully, right? There couldn't be anything missing, right? Lu Jin pondered for a moment and asked calmly. "From H City. Is your Huaxia Empire laboratory headquarters in H City?" "That's not it." Lorraine chuckled and said, "Our Huaxia Empire laboratory headquarters is in Z City, but we can't fly directly from Z City to New York. Only H City has a direct flight to New York." Lu Jin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. When Bit saw that everyone had heard enough, he stood up and said, "This matter is very important. I have to discuss it with my board members before I can decide." Bart also said, "If I were to invest, it would be an investment that wouldn't be profitable for the time being, so I can't make a decision right away." Lorraine also knew that these people wouldn't listen to his words and immediately fork out the money. They would definitely go back to do all kinds of research and discussions. He smiled and nodded, then revealed, "Our group has been working with the CIA for years, so as you know, we have the CIA's most powerful agent escorting us this time." He deliberately wanted to show the importance of this experiment. Lu Jin lowered his head and sent the message to Hu Xiaoheng. After leaving the conference room at the Lorraine Center, Lu Jin sat in the car and locked onto the flight number based on Lorraine's words. He hacked into the airline's website and found the list of all the members on that flight. He quickly found the names and passport numbers of a few Americans. Actually, it would have been fine if Lorraine hadn't said that there would be an American CIA agent escorting them. If he had said it, he would have been giving Lu Jin his head. There were hundreds of people on the international flight, and most of the people on the flight from the Huaxia Empire were Huaxia people. It wouldn't be possible to find the person who was transporting the DNA samples in a short period of time. However, if there were CIA agents escorting them, then the scope would be much smaller. He first searched for the identities of the Americans on the flight. Even with Lu Jin's heaven-defying computer skills, it took him about 5 minutes to lock onto 2 Americans. Once the 2 Americans locked onto the Huaxia man sitting in the middle of them, there was a big problem. Lu Jin carefully looked at this man's information and found that he was a very smart and capable man. At first glance, he could tell that he was very skilled in China. He quickly pulled up the man's passport photo stored in the airline's back-end system. Lu Jin looked at it expressionlessly for a while, then sent the information of the 3 people to Hu Xiaoheng, including their passport photos, so that Hu Xiaoheng could confirm it. After confirming the flight number, Lu Jin directly hacked into the control panel of the plane that was flying and changed their flight route. At the same time, he found the information of another plane in the control panel of the New Jersey International Airport. It had arrived at almost the same time as this plane. He also changed the route of this plane and swapped the two planes. Therefore, without the people on the two planes and the ground control panel noticing, they swapped the airport to land at without anyone noticing. This was because the information in the computer had been changed. When the people on the ground control panel and the people on the plane confirmed each other's location, they confirmed it according to the information given by the computer. Therefore, they did not react for a moment. They still talked as usual to confirm the local temperature, air, and weather conditions so that it would be convenient to land. At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng was driving Lu Jin's modified SUV quickly on the road to the New Jersey airport. At this time, there were quite a few cars heading to New Jersey. They were all people who had left the city from New York and were returning to their residences in New Jersey. Hu Xiaoheng ran all the way. The cars on the road were so scared that they gave way. The car owners were unwilling to give up and honked at him. For a moment, the road was filled with murmurs that resounded through the sky. This was today's second update, Chapter 1802, Our Chances of Winning. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you Enigmaanxi for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1814. Generally speaking, taking Route 95 from Manhattan to Newark International Airport in New Jersey would only take half an hour if there was no traffic. However, it was rush hour, and countless cars drove out of New York City and onto Route 95. Hu Xiaoheng's driving skills were top-notch. He could squeeze through even the smallest gap. The drivers on the road broke out in cold sweat and couldn't help but curse at him. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng didn't care about these people. Seeing that the car in front of him was getting slower and slower, he was burning with anxiety. If it was in his territory, he would have called a helicopter over right now. However, he was in someone else's territory now. He should have at least ridden a Harley motorcycle over. It would have been more agile that way. At this moment, he was driving the tall and heavy SUV in the long line of people getting off work. He was in the fast lane and looked at the road ahead. It was almost a centimeter away from the car in front of him. If he took another step forward, he would definitely crash into the car in front of him. He didn't care about a crash, but the problem was that once it happened, the owner of the car in front would definitely call the police, which would be more troublesome. He couldn't afford to waste even a minute. Even the fast lane was full. What else could he do? Hu Xiaoheng turned on the GPS navigation map in the car and looked at the situation nearby. Just in front of him, a thick bright red line showed that it was extremely crowded. There had been a car accident in front, so it was even more crowded than usual rush hour. What should he do? As his mind raced, he saw that there were still cars in the emergency parking lane on the other side. He looked at the situation around him with a sullen face. When there was just a gap in the lane next to him that could only allow one car to pass, he quickly stepped on the accelerator, gripped the steering wheel tightly, and did a beautiful parallel drift. In the blink of an eye, he changed 4 lanes in a row from the fast lane on the far left to the emergency parking lane on the far right. The few cars that he passed slammed on their brakes in fear. There was a series of braking sounds, honking sounds, and the sound of people sticking their middle fingers out of their windows and cursing at him. Hu Xiaoheng turned a deaf ear to them and sped in the emergency parking lane on the far right. He got off Highway 95 and drove towards the country road. When there was a traffic jam on the highway, especially when there was a traffic jam caused by a car accident, the fastest solution was to get off the highway and take a country road, if there was a road. Hu Xiaoheng found another path on the GPS that led to Newark International Airport. In a straight line, it was further than taking the highway, and there were more traffic lights. However, due to the serious traffic jam on the highway, it was better to take the country road. After Hu Xiaoheng got off the highway, he drove much faster. However, it was time to get off work, and there was still traffic on the country roads. He took every opportunity to overtake other cars and cross the intersection before the traffic turned red. Even so, it took him nearly 3 hours to reach the parking lot of Newark International Airport. After stopping the car, he dialed Lu Jin's number. "Uncle Lu, I'm already at the airport." Lu Jin grunted and said, "I'm already home." The flight would arrive at Newark International Airport in about an hour, but the CIA had already arrived at New York's JFK Airport. "Boss Lu has gone to JFK Airport to create chaos." President Lu went to JFK Airport. Hu Xiaoheng frowned. "There's no need, is there?" Gu Nianji was also wearing a Bluetooth headset and sharing all the calls with Lu Jin. Hearing this, she said briskly, "It's like this. The DNA sample was supposed to enter customs at JFK Airport in New York, but my dad transferred it to Newark International Airport in New Jersey. I just changed the flight schedules of the two airports. They still show the original flight numbers. So until now, the CIA, the airport, and the people on the flight still don't know about this. Because the flight schedules of the two airports still showed the original flight numbers. But once the flight lands and enters customs, everyone will know about it. In order to give you more time, President Lu plans to create a little chaos at JFK Airport to delay the CIA." Hu Xiaoheng heard Gu Nianji's voice and smiled. "Okay, got it. Tell President Lu to be careful." "Okay," Gu Nianji said sweetly. "You too." Lu Jin had already returned to his high-end penthouse apartment in Manhattan's Central Park. This was his other base, and the laboratory and computer room in the apartment were all top-notch. Gu Nianji sat in front of the computer opposite him and was also focused on her work. In front of Lu Jin were 5 24-inch computer screens lined up in a row, filling up like a wall. He had already connected to the surveillance cameras at JFK and Newark airports and was sharing the footage with the surveillance cameras there. Hearing Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's affectionate conversation, Lu Jin frowned and said, "I'm in danger too. Look, I've hacked into the surveillance systems of both airports. I could be discovered at any moment." He looked at Gu Nianji with hope. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled. "That's right. Dad's in danger too. You have to be careful too." Lu Jin smiled in satisfaction and said, "I'll be careful. Actually, none of them can catch me. It was just a hypothetical. The possibility is 0. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng smiled and put on his Bluetooth headset. He looked at his watch. "I'll go to Newark Airport and set it up." JFK International Airport. The airport was located in Queens, New York. It was built to divert traffic from another busy airport. Therefore, the airport itself wasn't big, but it was precisely because of its small size that it was easy to manage. There was only a 2-story terminal and 6 runways. The planes from Huaxia Empire were usually full, so the airport service staff were the most needed. A few plainclothes CIA agents were scattered around the exit of the airport. A tall black man was sitting on a wrought iron bench with a latte in his hand. Not far from him were 2 young Hispanic agents, one on the left and one on the right. They were playing with their phones. However, they were all wearing Bluetooth headsets in their ears so that they could communicate at any time. There were also 2 sniper teams lying in ambush not far away, aiming at the passageway that led out of the customs. If anyone made any strange movements, they would shoot without hesitation. The only order they had received was to eliminate anyone who tried to steal the target's suitcase. They didn't know what was in the suitcase. They only knew that it was the CIA's highest secret. Only the director and deputy director of the CIA knew about it. Logically speaking, when a secret of this level came to the United States, they should report it to the president. However, they couldn't trust the president who often tweeted, so they chose to remain silent. This was also a common practice in the history of the CIA. Usually, the head of the CIA would know more secrets than the president of the United States. There was a saying in the United States politics, it was better to offend the president than to offend the head of the CIA. This was because they knew more secrets than the President of the United States, and the confidentiality level was higher. They also didn't have term limits, didn't need to disclose their budget, and didn't need to disclose their employees. They were directly involved in the National Security Council and had a lot of power. The photo that appeared on the phones of the two young agents was their target. It was a Huaxia man, but he was burly and strong, the type that looked like he could fight. He was carrying a suitcase in his hand. The suitcase was hidden in his sleeve and was connected to his wrist by a black tungsten carbide alloy chain. Tungsten carbide was known as the king of hardness and was known as the hardest metal. If someone wanted to steal the suitcase, they would have to cut off the person's wrist first. Attention, everyone. The plane will land in 5 minutes. The black supervisor, holding a latte in his hand, sat on a metal bench, reading a newspaper and giving orders in a low voice. The CIB agent, who was already nervous, became even more alert. His posture was relaxed, but his attention was constantly scanning the crowd around him. There were many people who came to pick up the plane, and most of them were Huaxia. There were also some whites, blacks, and Hispanics mixed in with the large number of Chinese. This flight was from the Huaxia Empire. The Huaxia people were the main passengers, but there were also whites, blacks, and Hispanics. Everyone was looking forward to reuniting with their long-lost family and friends. Their faces were filled with joy, and laughter filled the entire hall. At that moment, 3 tall men wearing white robes and white headscarves walked over from the other side of the hall. The one in front had a high nose and deep eyes. He had a full beard and walked with vigor. Gu Nianji saw this scene from the surveillance cameras in the exit hall of JFK Airport and sighed. President Liu is also a drama queen. Look at this Middle Eastern tycoon's disguise. You can practically see the AK-47 under his robe, Liu Jin said without looking up. This is his old profession. He hasn't given up on it for more than 10 years. Gu Nianji giggled. Dad, he also has his own ideals and pursuits. She stared at the screen and laughed for a while at the burly Middle Eastern man. Then she noticed that someone was also looking at the surveillance cameras. Her heart tightened. At that moment, 2 flights landed at Newark Airport and JFK Airport at almost the same time. The CIA quickly contacted the airport dispatcher and requested that their targets and colleagues get off the plane early. The airport dispatcher quickly contacted the captain of the flight and asked, "Can you let these 3 passengers get off the plane early?" As she spoke, she reported the 3 names that the CIA had given them. The flight attendant on the flight compared her information and said in surprise, "These 3 people aren't on our plane." Before the airport dispatcher could relay the news to the CIA, a series of gunshots that sounded like firecrackers rang out in the exit hall of the airport. Tongues of gunfire came from the shadows and first blew up the airport's flight schedule display screen. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1803, All Blown Up. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, special recommendation votes. At 8:00 p.m., the second update. P.S. Chapters 2 to 10 have been completely revised. You can go and read them now. Just download these 9 chapters from the official website. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1815. Thick black smoke billowed from the LCD screen like the bottom of a pot that had been shot through and was stuck upside down on the wall. The CIA sniper team hiding in the dark was dumbfounded. Because the exit hall was in a complete mess. Countless people were running and crying. They could even hear the sirens of the police cars outside. The snipers couldn't even fire a shot at this time. There were people running everywhere in front of them. Where could they find a target to aim at? And where was the target? They didn't even see the shadow of the person before they found out that the other party had fired. Boss! What the hell is going on? The black captain, who was sitting calmly with a cup of latte in his hand, raised his head calmly and pointed in the direction that the three Middle Eastern tycoons had just walked in. Tell the police that the three people in white robes who just passed by are very suspicious. The CIA couldn't intervene in domestic affairs and could only assist the police and the FBI. Their snipers were also aiming at people related to their mission. Of course, their mission wasn't domestic affairs, but foreign affairs that involved other countries. The CIA agent rushed out to contact the local police and report the clues and situation. The airport dispatcher finally came back to his senses and called the CIA. Sir, the three people you want to pick up are not on the flight. No. How is that possible? Did you make a mistake? The CIA liaison was stunned. And we already confirmed that they really got on the plane. The airport dispatcher didn't understand what was going on either. Seeing that the CIA was so sure, he didn't dare to let his guard down and immediately said, "Then I'll ask again." He contacted the flight again and said loudly, "These three people are very important." The other party confirmed that they got on the plane. They flew from the Huaxia Empire. At this time, the captain was stunned and said, "We didn't fly from the Huaxia Empire." No. The airport dispatcher felt all the hair on his head stand on end. How could it not be? You're the only flight from the Huaxia Empire today. The captain understood that he had made a mistake and quickly said, No, we really didn't fly from the Huaxia Empire. We flew from Southeast Asia. The airport dispatcher pulled up all the flight records today, but there was no plane from Southeast Asia. No matter how hard he scratched his head, he couldn't figure out what was going on. At this moment, the person next to him looked out the window and saw the large words on the plane. He pushed the dispatcher in confusion and said, "That plane looks like a Southeast Asian Airlines plane." What? The airport dispatcher also glanced out the window, then retracted his gaze and looked at the computer record in front of him. He said, "Are you on flight XXX?" "Yes." "You flew here from the Huaxia Empire?" "No." The airport dispatcher broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that he had remembered wrongly and was seeing things. He said, "But that's what's written in our computer records. There's only one flight from the Huaxia Empire to JFK Airport every day." The captain on the plane came back to his senses. Wait. What kind of airport did you say you were?" "New York JFK International Airport." "You know Kennedy, don't you? The President of the United States who was assassinated." The airport dispatcher patiently explained. "Is there a problem?" "The problem is F*King huge." The captain on the other side cursed. "Our destination is clearly New Jersey's Newark International Airport." "That's impossible." The airport dispatcher's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "The computer records here clearly show it. It's your flight number. We even confirmed it before." The captain looked at the data appearing on the screen in front of him and was also in a daze. He struggled on his deathbed. "But I clearly remember that we were flying to New Jersey's Newark International Airport. Did I remember wrongly?" In the face of humans and computers, humans seem to have given up on their own advantages and perseverance. They subconsciously believed that computers couldn't make mistakes, and if there was a mistake, it was the humans who were at fault. For example, at this time, the airport dispatcher only believed his own computer records. Even the captain on the flight, faced with the irrefutable evidence of the data on the plane, wondered if he had remembered wrongly. They didn't think that there was a possibility that the computer records of both parties could have been tampered. The airport dispatcher was silent for a moment, then called back to the CIA agent and said, "I'm sorry, sir. The 3 people you were supposed to pick up are not on this flight XXX. Did you remember wrongly? They're not on this flight." The CIA agent on the other end of the line remembered a different flight number. He quickly said, "You've contacted the wrong flight. It's not flight XXX, it's flight YYY. I just saw this flight number on the flight schedule display board. It's always said to arrive on time." The airport dispatcher was speechless. This was impossible. The record in front of him showed flight XXX. How could the flight schedule display board in the departure hall show flight YYY? The LCD display board clearly used the same database as the computer in front of him. He pulled himself together. "Sir, could you have remembered wrongly? Our data shows that today's flight is XXX, not YYY." What he didn't know was that the passengers on that flight were making a ruckus. Because the captain said over the radio, "We've arrived at JFK International Airport." Everyone almost jumped up. "Are you F***ing kidding me? JFK International Airport. We're going to Newark International Airport." That's right. Newark International Airport is in New Jersey. JFK International Airport is in New York. Do you think we're country bumpkins who don't know anything? These people, who were mostly from Southeast Asia, were much fiercer than the people from China. They cursed on the plane, wanting to drag the flight attendants over and beat them up. However, the entire flight crew was confused. They were supposed to be flying to Newark International Airport. How did they end up at JFK International Airport? When the captain found out about the situation, he didn't get angry, nor did he blame everyone. Instead, he said excitedly, "I remember it too. Oh my God. I thought there was something wrong with my memory." But looking at the data in front of him, his destination was still JFK International Airport. At this time, the captain understood. There were so many people on the plane. It was impossible for them to remember their destination wrong at the same time. There was only one possibility. There was something wrong with the data in front of him. But who was so resourceful that they could hack into his flight and tamper with the flight data? When he thought about this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they had landed safely. If the other party had tampered with his plane, their flight would have been in trouble. In the departure hall of JFK International Airport, the American Special Police with loaded guns had already rushed in. "Get down. All of you, get down." They wore bulletproof vests, black sunglasses, and bulletproof helmets. They held semi-automatic submachine guns in their hands and were ready to fight at any time. But someone wanted to provoke them. From time to time, bullets were fired from the dark. The special police officers immediately took out their submachine guns and fired in the direction of the bullets without hesitation. They did not distinguish between friend and foe. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Behind them, several huge armored vehicles blocked the entrance. They did not let a single one go. The CIA agent was so angry that his nose was crooked. Was there a police officer who could cause trouble like this? This is today's second update, Chapter 1804, Trust the Computer or Trust the Human Brain. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday. Especially recommendation votes. P.S. The beginning of chapters 2 to 10 has been completely revised. You can re-download these 9 chapters from the official subscription website. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1816. At the entrance of the departure hall of JFK International Airport, a few armored vehicles were parked murderously. Several anti-explosion special police officers were in groups of 3. They raised their guns and entered the hall with their backs to each other, afraid that someone would shoot from any direction. They were all wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, and their backs were blocked by their own people. From the looks of it, it was indeed foolproof. However, this posture also blocked the exit tightly. The CIA agents were mixed in with the crowd at the departure hole. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, but they couldn't find a chance to get out. They knew that if they moved, the special police officers' semi-automatic submachine guns would shoot at them. At this time, the airport dispatch and the flight control were also in chaos. How many times have I told you? You have to be careful. Airport dispatch is such an important job, how can you make such a big mess? The director of the airport dispatch desk was scared out of his wits, but he still had to reprimand his subordinates patiently. People always make mistakes. You should trust the machines. Tell me, did you not use the automatic control system that our airport has just introduced? This automatic control system was the same as the control system of driverless cars. It strived to achieve a seamless connection between airport dispatch and flights to reduce the possibility of manual errors. Therefore, the work of the airport dispatch desk and flight confirmation was not done by humans, but by computers with a certain level of artificial intelligence. Similarly, the computer system on the flight confirmed the information with the ground. The staff at the airport dispatch desk were only responsible for maintaining the computers or dealing with additional requests and emergency measures. For example, at the request of a certain organization, priority was given to certain passengers to disembark from the plane. If it weren't for this, Gu Nianji and Lu Jin's plan wouldn't have been completed so seamlessly. The situation of the two planes was like those cars that had been led into the ditch by the automatic navigation system. They thought they were heading towards the right destination, but in fact, they had deviated from their destination and stopped in a strange place. The staff at the airport dispatch desk listened to the director's reprimand and said indignantly, "It was the artificial intelligence that made a mistake. If it was really a human, how could it have made such a mistake?" To be precise, it was both computers that had made a mistake, which was why both of them were kept in the dark. The director was shocked. No way. How could artificial intelligence make a mistake? Did you remember wrongly? Even if we all remember wrongly, what about the passengers on the plane? Did they also remember wrongly? How could he not even remember his destination? Besides, he has an electronic ticket in his phone. Wouldn't he know the destination by taking it out and looking at it? Now, the electronic tickets were all sent to the mobile phone. When boarding the plane, they would take it out to check the barcode. The previous paper tickets had been completely cancelled. In theory, the more advanced the automation, the less likely it was to make mistakes. But once he made a mistake, it would be an irreversible mistake. The airport dispatcher's face darkened, and he didn't speak for a long time. Finally, he picked up the phone and called the CIA team leader. "Mr. Vasim, we're in big trouble." He briefly explained what had happened and then said with a bitter face, "There was a problem with the computer communication system controlled by the artificial intelligence. They didn't notice that the plane's flight number and destination didn't match, so we didn't notice either. What about the plane we're waiting for?" "Where did he go?" the black captain asked in a low voice. "Historical records show that the flight that stopped here was supposed to be heading to Newark International Airport, so the plane you are waiting for is most likely at Newark International Airport. Because the flight route was like a radish, if a plane messed up its route, it would cause many other planes to be delayed. There was no news of other planes being delayed, so they deduced that the real situation was that two flights that arrived at almost the same time had switched routes." The black captain of the CIA team could no longer remain calm. He threw the latte in his hand onto the ground. The coffee spilled all over the floor, alerting the highly nervous riot police. Da-da-da-da. A hail of bullets came from the semi-automatic submachine gun. The black CIA captain rolled forward to dodge the bullets and shouted, "We're on the same side. Don't shoot." He took out his ID. He saw the CIA logo through his binoculars and hurriedly waved his hand to signal the riot police to lower their guns. The black CIA captain walked over and whispered to the head of the riot police. "They're Middle Easterners. You have to be careful of people who look Middle Easterners." As the two of them spoke, a Middle Easterner in a white robe rolled out of the crowd. He took out a gun from under his white robe and fired at the row of floor-to-ceiling glass windows around the hall. Then, he pounced through the broken glass window. His movements were so fast and fierce, coupled with the fact that the broken glass window caused glass shards to fly everywhere, the riot police subconsciously covered their faces and bodies with shields. No one thought of shooting. While everyone was still in a daze, he successfully escaped from the sealed exit hole. Behind him, two other people in white robes and Middle Easterners did the same. They shot through the glass window and rushed out. The police's armored vehicles were parked in front of the three gates of the exit hall, blocking the entrance. They weren't prepared for this kind of trick. It wasn't easy for the armored vehicles to turn around, but a few smart riot police reacted quickly. They immediately got on a police motorcycle and chased after the three people in white robes. But the three people in white robes were very tacit. When they ran to a fork in the road, the three of them ran in three different directions. There was only one police motorcycle chasing after them. No matter how hard they chased, they could only chase one person. The motorcycle rider made a prompt decision and chased after the first person in white robes who rushed out of the hole. Because this person was obviously the leader, but he was also the most cunning. Not only did he run in circles in front, but he also ran to the tarmac. There was a police Apache helicopter parked on the tarmac not far away. The police on the helicopter had already come down to besiege the exit hole. Only a pilot was still on the helicopter. The Middle Easterner in white robes was extremely brave. Chased by the police motorcycle behind him, he could still fight back while moving forward. It was as if he was leading the way to the armed helicopter. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. The semi-automatic submachine gun of the riot police on the police motorcycle was shot in the direction of the helicopter. Seeing that the situation was not good, the pilot on the helicopter quickly started the helicopter. He planned to use the submachine gun on the armed helicopter to deal with the Middle Easterner in white robes after taking off. But he was still a step too late. As soon as he fired the propeller, the man had already shot through the door of the helicopter and pounced in. Before entering the cabin and landing, he raised his wrist and fired. Bang! It hit the helicopter pilot's arm. This was also the only place where the helicopter pilot could shoot. The helmet on his head could be bulletproof, and he was wearing a bulletproof vest to protect his body. There was also the entire pilot's chair to block bullets for him. Except for his exposed arm that was pulling the lever, there was really no other place where he could shoot. The pilot wailed and grabbed his wrist. He could no longer continue to control the helicopter. The Middle Easterner in white robes had already rushed behind him and knocked him out with another shot. After unfastening his seatbelt, he kicked him out of the helicopter. Then he locked the hatch, quickly pulled the lever up, and took off at the fastest speed. Several special explosion-proof police on the police motorcycle held semi-automatic submachine guns and shot at the helicopter that had just taken off. The fuselage of the helicopter suddenly looked like a hornet's nest. But this kind of Apache armed helicopter was very sturdy. The fuselage was full of holes, but it did not hinder it from quickly taking off for combat. The Middle Easterner in white robes who had obtained control of the Apache armed helicopter was like a tiger that had grown wings. He controlled the weapons on the helicopter and began to shoot down. The few explosion-proof police had to quickly lie down on the ground. The police motorcycle behind them had already been blown up by the small howitzer on the armed helicopter. The fuel tank was ignited, and with a loud bang, the entire police motorcycle was blown up into pieces, leaving only bursts of black smoke rising into the air. The Middle Easterner in white robes was not in a hurry to escape. He actually drove the Apache armed helicopter toward the 3 armored vehicles at the exit hall entrance. The submachine gun descended from the sky and fired. The bullets were so dense that the shells were everywhere. Coupled with the howitzer that was constantly being fired, the firepower was very powerful. The police in the armored vehicle couldn't stand the heat, and they hurriedly opened the cover and jumped out. Their legs and arms were shot several times, but it was better than being burned to death in the armored vehicle. The people in the hall who came out of seclusion saw the apocalyptic scene outside, and they were all dumbfounded. The CIB agents didn't even have time to react. The combat power of these Middle Easterners was too strong. Hurry up and call for military support. Call for Air Force. What are you waiting for? The black captain of the CIB, Wasim, shouted at the police who were already scared to the point of peeing their pants. Soon, the police's support arrived. Several F-35 fighter jets whistled toward them aggressively, as if they were going to tear the Apache helicopter that dared to go against the police into pieces. The Middle Easterner in white robes who was driving the Apache helicopter no longer wanted to fight. He skillfully piloted the Apache armed helicopter, made an incredible turn in the air, and then flew in the direction of Jimei Bay near the airport. His speed was so fast that he almost rushed directly to the bay from a high altitude. The F-35 fighter jets that were chasing from behind chased after him and even locked on with their missiles. However, the helicopter in front did not give them a chance. It plunged into the bay, causing water to splash all over the sky. The heavy armed helicopter quickly sank below the surface of the sea. In the cabin, the Middle Easterner in white robes took off his white robe, revealing the diving suit inside and the scuba gear on his back. He also removed the disguise on his face, revealing his handsome oriental face. It was Lu Yuan, who had come to JFK Airport to cause a little trouble. He picked up a hammer and smashed the closed window of the helicopter, got out of the hole, put the scuba breathing regulator on his face, swam out like a fish, and quickly disappeared into the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1805, Prepared. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1817. Newark International Airport. This airport was much larger than JFK International Airport. It covered 68 acres and used to be the busiest airport in the United States. Now, it had fallen a lot. However, it was still very busy and huge. Looking down from above, the entire airport looked like a huge disk, with 8 huge circular gears extending around it. Hu Xiaoheng drove and finally arrived at the parking lot of Newark International Airport before the flight landed. After parking the car, he took out the laptop in the car and turned it on. He carefully looked at the map of Newark International Airport that Lu Jin had sent him. This wasn't an ordinary map. It was an intelligent map that Lu Jin had created after visualizing the architectural drawings of Newark International Airport. He clicked on any place on it, and the coordinates, building floors, and distance of various surveillance cameras would appear. Hu Xiaoheng looked at it for a while, then put on his Bluetooth headset and contacted Lu Jin. He asked, "Which terminal will the target flight stop at?" Lu Jin checked the computer records and said, "Terminal 3, not far from the main terminal. It's about 1 kilometer away." Hu Xiaoheng used the mouse to look for a suitable location on the airport topographic map. Finally, he found a surveillance blind spot at the edge. He put away the computer and said to Lu Jin, "I'm going to take action. Help me keep an eye on the location." "Okay." Lu Jin was also very nervous. He said, "Boss Lu is causing chaos at JFK International Airport. Try to stall for time. You have to hurry. I'm worried that he's under too much pressure." "Okay, I'll try my best," Hu Xiaoheng said as he walked out of the car with a suitcase. He picked a place where there were no street lights and soon arrived in front of a 2-meter-tall wall. Once they climbed over the wall, they would reach the airport's cargo area. After the luggage on the plane was unloaded, they were the ones who transported it to the terminal where the luggage was collected. At the same time, the driver of the cargo truck could get close to the plane. This area had always been the weakest in the airport. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at the low wall. He reached out and put his hand on the top of the wall. With a push, he easily flipped over. This was a surveillance blind spot, and the sky was dark. He was agile, so he quietly entered the cargo area of the airport. He wore gray overalls and quietly walked into a nearby men's bathroom. He first found an empty single room. Opening the suitcase, there was a cleaner's uniform, some things for modification, a few small test tubes, and parts that could be quickly assembled into a sniper rifle. He took out the cleaner's clothes and put them on. Then he put on the wig and stuck something on his face. When he came out of the men's washroom, he was dressed as a cleaner. Arriving at the warehouse where the janitor's cart was stored, Hu Xiaoheng hid in the dark and found the warehouse guard sitting in front of the door playing with the dog. He thought for a moment and took out a bag of fragrant beef jerky from his pocket. Facing the dark sky, he silently threw it in a parabola and quickly changed his hiding spot. Sure enough, when the dog smelled the fragrant beef jerky, how could it sit still? Barking, he pounced forward. The guard at the warehouse panicked. He shouted the dog's name and chased after it. It was already so late, and he was only on the night shift. No one would come at this time, so he chased after them without worry. Hu Xiaoheng took the opportunity to flash into the warehouse and push out a cleaner's cart. He had darkened his skin tone and looked like someone from South America, because the cleaners in the airport were all immigrants from South America. Hu Xiaoheng stood in the middle of them, deliberately hunching his body so that he didn't stand out at all. The cleaners were waiting to board the plane to clean up. Hu Xiaoheng stared at the night sky and saw that the flight had finally landed. After communicating with the airport, there seemed to be a problem. No one on the plane got off. Usually, cleaners would wait for everyone on the plane to leave before going up to clean up. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't wait for everyone to leave before going up to clean up. He waited below for a while and scanned the nameplate that Lu Jin had made for him on the scanner as a form of identification. Then, he pushed the cleaning cart onto the boarding passage. The plane had already docked with the terminal, but the cabin door hadn't opened yet. Hu Xiaoheng knocked on the door expressionlessly. A fat white flight attendant opened the door and took a look. She asked in surprise, "You're going to clean up now?" Hu Xiaoheng pretended not to understand English and said blankly in Spanish, "Hello, can I go and clean up now? I'll get off work after I'm done. It's very late." The flight attendant understood Spanish and sympathized with him. She switched to Spanish and said, "Okay, come in and clean up first in business class first. The economy class in the back can wait." Hu Xiaoheng nodded repeatedly and thanked the kind flight attendant. He bent down and pushed the cleaning cart in. According to Lu Jin's information, the three of them were sitting in the window row in business class. Hu Xiaoheng first did a simple cleaning in first class, then pushed the cleaning cart into business class. Business class was also full, and it was densely packed. Everyone looked angry because they had just realized that they were going to New York's JFK International Airport, but the plane had taken them to New Jersey's Newark International Airport. Although the two airports weren't far from each other, such a big mistake had a bad impact on their trip. Because the people who were picking them up had completely missed each other and wasted everyone's time. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and cleaned up the garbage bags on the plane as he walked to business class. In business class, the man from the Huaxia Empire was sitting between the two CIA agents. When they saw a cleaner walking over with a hunchback, the two CIA agents looked at him warily and asked, "He hasn't even gotten off the plane yet. Why are you here to clean up?" Hua Xiaoheng still pretended that he didn't understand English. He cleaned up the garbage bags and used blankets while talking in Spanish. The two CIA agents could speak Chinese, but they didn't speak Spanish, so they could only smile and shake their heads. They were less vigilant. They had seen many cleaners who looked like South Americans, so they didn't take it to heart. Hua Xiaoheng opened the luggage rack above their seats and took a quick look. There was no luggage inside, only a few briefcases. He bent down to sweep the floor with a broom. At that moment, he saw a grayish-black chain on the wrist of the Huaxia Empire man sitting in the middle. Below the chain was a square black suitcase. Hua Xiaoheng quickly understood that this suitcase was probably the one containing the DNA samples. Looking at the situation, it would be extremely difficult for him to get the DNA samples in the suitcase to verify or even replace them. The Special Operations Forces had used this method to transport very important items. It meant that if the item was there, the person would be there. If the item was gone, the person would be dead. If he guessed correctly, the chain on the man's hand should be the hardest metal, tungsten carbide. This kind of metal obviously couldn't be broken by hand. It couldn't be cut with a knife or shot with bullets. It was very difficult to break. Perhaps the easiest way was to chop off the man's hand. However, looking at the two very smart CIA agents, Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to act rashly in case he alerted the enemy. He had come up to scout, so he could wait for an opportunity to strike. However, if there wasn't an opportunity, he wouldn't make a move. One of his strengths was that he was able to keep his composure, more so than most people. Hua Xiaoheng discreetly cleaned up the business class cabin and exited from the cabin. As soon as he left, the people in the cabin started arguing again. Most of the people in economy class asked to get off the plane, but the 3 people in business class refused to get off the plane. That was because the 2 CIA agents were waiting for the bureau to send someone to pick them up. The things they were transporting were very important, so they couldn't act alone. A CIA agent walked to the door and blocked it. He said to the fat flight attendant, "Please cooperate with us." He showed her his Interpol ID. The CIA used fake IDs when they went abroad on missions. The flight attendant couldn't tell if it was real or fake, so she immediately said, "Okay, what do you need our cooperation?" The man said, "Just hold on for a while. After our people come to pick us up, we'll let the others get off the plane." The flight attendant frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "I'm going to ask the captain." She went to pass the message to the captain, and Hua Xiaoheng had already walked out of the check-in aisle. He whispered to Lu Jin through his Bluetooth headset, "The suitcase is handcuffed to that man's wrist. It won't be easy to get it off." "Then what should we do?" Lu Jin was a little anxious. "The CIA is coming. Boss Lu has already jumped into the sea to escape." Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're fine." He composed himself and said, "Since the other party is keeping such a close eye on us, we have to change our method in order not to let them find out." Lu Jin quickly said, "What do you want to do?" This was today's second update, Chapter 1805, Change of Plan. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to Moshi Momo for the 10,000 views she gave yesterday. The opening chapters 2 to 12 have been edited. You can download it from the official subscription website and read it again. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1818. Hua Xiaoheng looked back at the exit and narrowed his eyes. He said, "Not only are they refusing to get off the plane, but they've also sealed off the entire plane. They're waiting for the CIA agents to come over. If the other party didn't get off the plane, they would have even fewer chances to do anything." Lu Jin was very confused. It's one thing for the 3 of them not to get off the plane, but why are they also stopping others from getting off the plane? Do they have nothing better to do? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. This is their usual trick. They use civilians as cover, and the entire plane is their hostage and talisman. If someone is really targeting the DNA samples they're transporting, they'll use this method to ensure that the opponent is unlikely to use a suicide attack to destroy the DNA samples in their hands. Unless they blew up the entire plane. However, there weren't many people who could be so crazy. They were also betting on the odds. Lu Jin suddenly realized something and gasped. To be honest, it's indeed the right thing to do. Because if they want to destroy the DNA samples, only a high-intensity explosion is the perfect method. Otherwise, there will always be a little sample left. As long as there's a cell, it won't be a problem for a biologist to restore the entire DNA series. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She quickly said, "The other people on the plane are innocent." "I know, so we have to think of another way." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was unusually low, and it had a calming effect. He then asked Lu Jin, "Are you free now? Can you come to the airport?" Lu Jin quickly said, "I'm fine." "Do you need help? How many people do you need? I can get someone to find a car right away." Gu Nianji was uneasy and said anxiously, "I want to go too." "Dad, are you looking for someone to drive?" "I know how to drive. And I drive very well." "No. No." Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng rejected Gu Nianji in unison. Gu Nianji's expression instantly collapsed. "You can't leave me alone at home. What if the bad guys break in?" Lu Jin, his apartment was heavily guarded. How could the bad guys break in? Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath and thought that Gu Nianji's safety should be guaranteed in Lu Jin's penthouse apartment. Although he was also worried, if Gu Nianji came along, he was worried that the CIA would target them, so he rationally rejected Gu Nianji's suggestion. Hua Xiaoheng put away his smile and said in a low, magnetic voice, "Nianji, listen to me. Your father and I need you to monitor the situation from afar. Otherwise, we'll all be wiped out." Gu Nianji's ears went numb the moment Hua Xiaoheng said, "Listen to me." She couldn't help but pinch her earlobe. Hua Xiaoheng's magnetic voice calmed her down. She lowered her eyes and nodded. She said softly, "Okay, I'll help you monitor the surroundings, but you have to let me see where you are and what you're doing. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Lu Jin was very upset when he saw that Hua Xiaoheng had made Gu Nianji surrender obediently with just one sentence. But this was also the result he wanted. For a moment, he was very conflicted, and his mood was like riding a roller coaster. Unable to control her emotions, she stood up and scoffed. "What do you want? Hurry up and tell me." Hua Xiaoheng said what he wanted. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood. He couldn't care less about the resistance and unwillingness in his heart towards Hua Xiaoheng. He smiled and said, "Okay. I've brought it all from China. I'll be right there." At that time, Lu Jin had thought that he would never go back, so he had brought all the important experimental supplies from his laboratory in China over in a box. Gu Nianji, she had always felt that this plan wasn't very reliable, but at this time, she could only take the risk. Hua Xiaoheng then told Gu Nianji what she was going to do. Gu Nianji listened carefully and memorized everything. She said, "I'll do it right away." Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "You guys have to be quick. I'm about to make my move." Gu Nianji had already started typing on the keyboard. "I'll cooperate with you as soon as possible." The three of them discussed the plan of action and immediately began to perform their respective duties. At this time, CIA agents were rushing from New York's JFK International Airport to New Jersey's Newark International Airport. It wasn't a long journey. It was already late, and there weren't many cars on the road. They would arrive very quickly. Hu Xiaoheng set up the plan and took advantage of the night to return to the airport tarmac. He snuck under the plane. There were some workers standing around the plane who were about to retrieve their luggage. Unfortunately, the people on the plane were arguing about whether they should get off the plane or not. Of course, the two CIA agents had contributed to this. They were sensitive enough to sense that the plane had suddenly landed at a different airport. Someone must have deliberately targeted them. Perhaps it was for the target they were transporting. Therefore, they refused to get off the plane and didn't allow the entire plane to get off. Just as Hu Xiaoheng had analyzed, they used the entire plane as hostages to buy time for themselves and a chance to survive. Hu Xiaoheng sneered in his heart. Did they think that hiding on the plane and not getting off with so many passengers as hostages would be foolproof? How naive. On the tarmac of the airport, the white lights illuminated it as if it was daytime. But it was even darker where the plane was hidden. Hu Xiaoheng hunched his body under the plane and came to the place where the plane's air intake system exchanged air with the outside world. The plane's engine compressor provided outside air to the cabin's air conditioning system. After the air conditioning was cooled down, the air was provided for the cabin passengers to breathe. Therefore, the so-called airtight plane wasn't completely sealed. Hu Xiaoheng put on his mask and came to the bottom of the plane where the air intake system was. He took out his tools, aimed at the small hole, and blew some brown particles into it. Then he quickly crawled out from the bottom of the plane and stood among the group of workers moving the luggage for a while. Then, he followed the others and left the place as if nothing had happened. Not long after, the people on the plane suddenly felt like there wasn't enough oxygen. Their breathing became labored, and it was accompanied by nausea and vomiting. Someone couldn't take it anymore and started shouting, "Let us get off the plane. We're out of oxygen." What lack of oxygen? If you're out of oxygen, then breathe. The two CIA agents said impatiently. With a swoosh, they pulled down the plane's oxygen masks and ordered everyone, "Put them on." The people on the plane didn't dare to say anything in the face of these two CIA agents who didn't look like kind people. They could only bitterly put on the oxygen masks. But the air in the oxygen masks was also affected. Not long after, more and more people began to feel uncomfortable. At that moment, according to their plan, Lu Jin used a hidden IP address to call the local Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, claiming that there was anthrax on a plane that had just landed at Newark International Airport in New Jersey and needed to be strictly controlled. The CDC staff on duty were very vigilant when they received the call. They first contacted the airport and quickly got through to the flight. In the end, they found that there were really symptoms of collective breathing discomfort on the flight. In addition to chest tightness, nausea, and vomiting, the flight attendants on the plane found brown powder particles that resembled anthrax spores in the air conditioning supply system. The CDC immediately took action. Not only did they contact the local police, but they also immediately declared a state of emergency at Newark International Airport. Other than the police and CDC paramedics, no vehicles or pedestrians were allowed to enter or leave the airport. At the same time, they sent a team of doctors and scientists with experience in biochemical defense to Newark International Airport. At this time, Lu Jin had already come to the CDC with his identity as a special scientist at the CDC and participated in the work of the advance team. He was dressed as a Jew, with a little black hat on his head and black-rimmed glasses that allowed him to do a live video broadcast. He silently followed behind the team with his medical kit. The doctors and scientists here were all temporarily transferred here, so no one was familiar with each other. They boarded the helicopter with their ID tags. After boarding the plane, the CDC officials handed out white protective suits to everyone to put on. After wearing them like this, no one could recognize each other. The news of an anthrax attack on an international flight made the local police feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. They sent out a large police force to set up roadblocks at all the checkpoints to Newark International Airport, stopping all vehicles and pedestrians. Before the CIA agents could get close to the airport, they found that the originally smooth road was blocked again. What happened? Why is there a traffic jam at this hour? However, the result of their inquiry was that there was a car accident ahead. This was actually a smokescreen set up by the local police to prevent panic among the people. They had no obligation to communicate with the CIA, so the CIA agents did not know what was going on. However, their years of intuition told them that this car accident was not ordinary. However, there were more and more cars in front of them, and they could not squeeze through even if they wanted to see what was going on. Several police helicopters and CDC medical helicopters whizzed past above their heads. Under the dark blue sky, they flashed red dots of light, like red eyes from crying. They narrowed their eyes and looked up at the sky, feeling that something was wrong. The CDC medical helicopter stopped on the tarmac at Newark International Airport. Many doctors and scientists wearing white protective suits from head to toe got off the helicopter, as well as the anti-chemical soldiers requested by the police from the army, rushed over. They first set up a huge sealed tent to cover the entire flight. The people in the tent were all wearing white protective suits. They were tightly wrapped from head to toe, so no one could recognize each other. Hu Xiaoheng also put on a white protective suit and used a Bluetooth headset to contact Lu Jin. "Where are you?" Lu Jin said calmly, "I'm at the boarding gate." "Where are you?" Hu Xiaoheng looked up in Lu Jin's direction and said, "I'm behind you at 9 o'clock. Don't look back. I'll walk over." Lu Jin nodded and said, "Wait behind me for now. I'm going to assign the mission." He then said to the CDC official, "I suggest that we form a group of 2 and conduct a chemical protection check on all the passengers inside. If there are no problems, leave the plane first and wait at the airport. If there are problems, ship them to the CDC." The CDC official respected the opinions of professionals very much. He quickly nodded and said, "We'll do as you say." Therefore, under the command of the CDC official, all the doctors and scientists in the advanced team were divided into groups and entered the big tent. Hu Xiaoheng followed behind Lu Jin as his assistant. There were many small tents set up inside the big tent for the doctors and scientists to use. Lu Jin led Hu Xiaoheng into the boarding aisle behind the 2 groups of doctors and scientists. At that moment, the cabin was in a mess. Even the 2 CIA agents were lying weakly in their seats, tearing at their chests. They couldn't even speak. The first doctor wearing a chemical protection suit walked in and said to the people inside, "Don't be afraid, everyone. We're the advanced team of the CDC. We're responsible for your safety and rescue. Now, please come out one by one and line up at the door. Follow us down for the inspection. Those who have no signs of infection can leave and stay at a designated hotel for 2 weeks. Those who have already been infected will follow us to the designated hospital of the CDC. Don't worry, anthrax is not an incurable disease." Anthrax? What anthrax? How could it be anthrax? The people in the plane were extremely shocked, and screams rang out one after another. The 2 CIA agents' faces were ashen. They didn't expect that they wouldn't be prepared for biochemical weapons. Hu Xiaoheng looked at these people as if they were facing a formidable enemy and wanted to laugh in his heart. Because those brown powder particles weren't anthrax at all. They were just dust disguised as anthrax powder, but actually had allergens added to them. It looked very similar to anthrax spores powder. This was also one of the KGB's methods. They wouldn't use biochemical weapons. They would only make you think that they had used biochemical weapons, and were fighting psychological warfare. This was because biochemical weapons actually attacked indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. The KGB was a group of extremely smart people, and they wouldn't use such a suicidal attack to attack others. The people on the plane didn't know the truth, and even the CIA agents were terrified. They weren't like the KGB. They really thought that the other party was a group of crazy people who knew how to use biochemical weapons. After all, their country's president had once said that a country had weapons of mass destruction and started a war against that country because of a tube of white powder that looked like laundry detergent. Lu Jin followed behind those people into the plane and immediately saw the Huaxia man he was looking for. His gaze fell on the suitcase in the man's hand, and his lips curled slightly. He glanced at it casually, estimated the number of people in the line, and stood behind a doctor. Coincidentally, when the Huaxia man arrived in line, he fell into Lu Jin's hands. Lu Jin led him to his own small tent. The two CIA agents wanted to follow, but they were squeezed behind by the other passengers, who angrily scolded them, "Don't cut the line." In the face of life and death, these ordinary passengers were inspired to fight. They were no longer afraid of the two CIA agents who had just sealed the cabin door. It was all their fault. Otherwise, how could they have been infected with anthrax? These people pushed and shoved the two CIA agents to the back, not allowing them to line up in front. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and followed Lu Jin into his small tent. The chain on the Huaxia man's wrist shone black in the incandescent light of the tent. Hua Xiaoheng quietly attacked from behind and supported the man before he fainted. The oxygen in Lu Jin's small tent had long been drained by him. The man would faint in less than a second. After he fainted, Lu Jin calmly gave him a sedative and restored the oxygen in the small tent. He asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Do you know how to open the lockbox?" Although they couldn't unlock the chain on the man's wrist, they could open the box. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "I can try." The corners of Gu Ningji's mouth couldn't help twitching when she saw this scene on the computer screen. Major General Hua was really good at pretending. Was there a lockbox in this world that he couldn't open? Back then, solving passwords was one of his strengths. Therefore, the suitcase opened with a click in Hua Xiaoheng's hand for less than 3 seconds. There was only a small test tube in the huge suitcase, and there were a few strands of hair in the test tube. The hair was very thin and soft, like a baby's fetal hair. Lu Jin's expression turned cold. He looked at the small test tube and felt terrible. Hua Xiaoheng saw that he suddenly stopped moving and quickly tugged at his chemical protective suit. "Hurry up. We don't have much time." Lu Jin came back to his senses and gritted his teeth. He opened his suitcase. There were also rows of test tubes inside. Some of the test tubes were empty, some had blood in them, and some had hair in them. He took out the test tube containing the soft hair from the other party's suitcase. He put on gloves and took out the hair with tweezers, then put it into his own test tube. Then he put the hair in his test tube back into the other party's test tube. Hua Xiaoheng asked in a low voice, "Whose hair did you put back? Who else could it be?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "Of course it's the hair of Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter. That's her successful test subject. What about these? Whose hair is this?" Hua Xiaoheng asked as he pointed at the strands of soft hair that Lu Jin had replaced. Lu Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment and sorrow. He said in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, this is Ningji's fetal hair when she was young. I didn't expect her to have it for a long time. This was today's big chapter, 2 chapters in 1, chapter 1807, facing a formidable enemy. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, President Gu, for the 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels." Chapter 1819. Hua Xiaoheng smiled coldly. Her. Qin Yaoguang. Don't forget that Qin Yaoguang is being locked up. Who can get the fetal hair and send it out? Lu Jin revealed a sinister expression and pursed his lips. Is there a need to ask? It must be that old thief, Qin Baoi. The LoveLore Corporation colluded with the Qin family long ago. It's been more than 100 years. The Qin family's first bucket of gold from opening an orphanage must have been funded by the LoveLore Corporation. So Qin Baoi isn't innocent at all. He's behind the scenes. Qin Yaguang is just someone he pushed to the front of the stage. Hua Xiaoheng reminded Lu Jin. Hurry up and put it away. We can't waste too much time. Lu Jin nodded and put the test tube with the soft fetal hair back into his suitcase. Then, he put on his gloves and closed the suitcase. He locked it and put it back in its original state. Then, he pretended to examine the Huaxia man and inhaled oxygen. Finally, he woke up. The first thing the man did when he woke up was look down at the suitcase locked to his wrist. Fortunately, the suitcase was still there. He was sure that no one could open his locked suitcase without knowing the password unless it was destroyed by force. But the suitcase was fine. There were no signs of it being damaged by force. The Huaxia man breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to talk to the two men in protective suits, but they pointed at the entrance of the tent and asked him to go out. They said that he had fainted from lack of oxygen and was not infected by anthrax. The man was overjoyed. Even the trace of doubt that had just arisen disappeared. He quickly came out of the tent with the suitcase and walked around outside for a while until the two CIA agents had been examined. Are you okay? The two men came up to him and said, We've already contacted our own people. If you're fine, come with us. But didn't they just say that we have to stay in a hotel for a few days? The Huaxia man asked in confusion, not knowing who to listen to. No need. You're one of us. Come with us. They don't care. Outside the tent on the plane, the CIA agents finally arrived. The black captain stood in front of the lobby on the first floor of the terminal with a sullen face. When he saw the three of them come out, his expression eased slightly. The three of them seemed to be fine, and he would not let them stay in the hotel arranged by the CDC. It took him a lot of effort to convince the local police to let them in. Mr. Wasim. Two CIB agents walked over excitedly. You're finally here. What's with this plane? Is someone targeting us? The black captain grinned and asked, What about you guys? Did everything go well? Is his box all right? The Huaxia man's English wasn't bad. He quickly raised the box connected to his wrist and said, It's here. Everything is going smoothly. The African-American captain's heart finally calmed down. It's good that everything went smoothly. He patted the man's shoulder. Let's go. Get in the car. He was in a hurry to bring the things back to report. This mission was really too strange. Everyone felt that this experience was targeted at them, but they didn't have any evidence against them. Everything seemed to be a sudden accident, not a well-planned trap. They got into the car with a belly full of doubts. They only wanted to quickly hand over the contents of the suitcase to the scientists of the LoveLore Corporation. The key to open the suitcase chain had already been mailed and was in LoveLore's hands. Only he could undo the chain and take the suitcase away. Inside the small tent, Lu Jin pretended to check a few more people. All of them were uninfected. After the entire plane was checked, Lu Jin followed the doctors and scientists of the CDC advance team back to New York City in a helicopter. He was now a doctor at a large hospital. After getting off from Manhattan, he circled the city a few times before calling a taxi back to his high-end penthouse apartment in Central Park. He pushed open the door and saw that Lu Yuan had returned. He was sitting on the sofa alone and had already fallen asleep. Lu Jin closed the door gently, worried that he would wake Lu Yuan up. He looked around but didn't see Gu Nianji. When he found the computer room, he saw her lying on the computer desk alone, sleeping soundly. Lu Jin looked at his watch. It was almost midnight. No wonder none of them could take it anymore. Lu Jin didn't disturb her. He gently covered her with a blanket and went to the laboratory alone to verify the DNA of the thin, soft fetal hair. Hua Xiaoheng came back half an hour later than him. He pushed the door open and saw Lu Yuan sleeping on the sofa for the first time. His mood immediately relaxed. He went to the guest room to find a blanket and put it on Lu Yuan. Then he went to the computer room to see Gu Nianji. Seeing that she was sleeping on the computer desk with a flushed face, he quickly touched her forehead to make sure she didn't have a fever. Then he carried her back to the bedroom to sleep with the blanket. After settling Gu Nianji down, Hua Xiaoheng went to take a shower and went to the kitchen to make some breakfast. He then knocked on the door of Lu Jin's lab and said, "Uncle Lu, it's time for breakfast." Lu Jin had been concentrating on the experiment and wearing soundproof headphones. His lab door was also soundproof, so he didn't hear Hua Xiaoheng's voice at all. Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the door for a while and saw that there was no movement inside. He guessed that Lu Jin might not have heard him, so he took out his phone and sent him a text message to ask him to come out for breakfast when he was free. Lu Jin's phone was turned off when he was doing the experiment, so he didn't see the text message until noon, when the DNA test results were all out. His stomach was so hungry that it was about to rebel. He rushed out of the lab and shouted, "Where's breakfast? Where's breakfast? I'm so hungry I can eat a cow." In the dining room, Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng, and Gu Nianji looked up at him. Lu Yuan poured himself a glass of water unhurriedly and said, "Breakfast? Look at what time it is." Lu Jin hadn't slept all night, and dark circles had appeared under his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and raised his wrist to look at it. He said in surprise, "Huh? It's already noon." "Really? Okay, lunch is fine. Where's lunch?" Gu Nianji quickly pulled out a chair for him and waved. "Dad, come and sit. What do you want to eat? I'll get you some rice." Lu Jin's mood instantly improved. He walked over and said with a smile, "My girl still loves me. Unlike some people, who have helped him for more than 10 years, and now that a relative is here, they'll turn their backs on me." Lu Yuan picked up the newspaper to block his line of sight. He didn't want to see Lu Jin's smug look, so he said calmly, "Same here." Lu Jin almost vomited blood at Lu Yuan's "same here." He looked at Gu Nianji as if asking for help and accused Lu Yuan, "Look at him. How dare he say that about me? How can I be the same as him? You're my daughter. Like my own daughter." He was saying that Hua Xiaoheng was just a nephew and didn't have a daughter. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin speechlessly and said with a headache, "Dad, can we not argue with President Lu all day long? President Lu has a good temper, but even a clay figurine has a bad temper. If you continue to be like this, how are we going to eat in the future?" The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He looked at Lu Yuan and understood what the other party was thinking. In the eyes of this father and daughter, their most important position was that of a chef. You can't not know your place. Lu Jin didn't listen to anything else, but he agreed with Gu Nianji's advice. He shook his head and said, "Do you think I don't know? If it weren't for the fact that he can cook well, would I have tolerated him for so many years?" Okay, Dad, eat more." Gu Nianji quickly picked up a piece of tender black pepper beef tenderloin for Lu Jin in an attempt to shut his mouth. Lu Jin was indeed hungry. He finally stopped talking and ate 3 bowls of rice in one go. In the end, he collapsed on the sofa in the living room with Gu Nianji, unable to move. The TV on the wall turned on. Not only the local TV station, but even the 3 major U.S. national TV stations were scrambling to report on the flight incident, as well as the subsequent anthrax incident. Although the anthrax incident proved to be a false alarm, the flight swap was real. What the hell was going on? Even the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, had come out to investigate. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "If they can find out, you guys are good." Lu Jin scoffed. Then they won't be able to find out even in their next life. After Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan exchanged information in the kitchen, they came out and asked Lu Jin, "Uncle Lu, have you finished testing the DNA on that hair?" The smile on Lu Jin's face disappeared. He looked at Gu Nianji at a loss and lowered his head. Like a child who had done something wrong, he said in a low voice, "I've tested it. It's Nianji's DNA, but it's her DNA when she was born. It hasn't evolved yet, so it doesn't have the current repair function. So even if Qin Yaoguang still had a trick up her sleeve, she wouldn't be able to find the real problem." Gu Nianji was able to move now. She sat up straight in surprise. "My DNA when I was born. What did she leave? Umbilical cord blood? Or fetal hair?" "Fetal hair." Gu Nianji stood up with interest. "Can you show it to me? I haven't seen my own fetal hair yet." Lu Jin immediately agreed and took her to see her own fetal hair. In the living room, Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and stretched his long legs. He frowned and said to Lu Yuan, "Now they have Wen Shuyi's hair, but there's a difference between an adult's hair and a baby's fetal hair. Will they find out that it has been switched?" Lu Yuan didn't care about this. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Anyway, once the DNA test is out, the Qin family will know that it has been switched. As for what kind of hair it is, it doesn't matter. At that time, no one would care if it was an adult's hair or a baby's fetal hair. Because everyone would know that it had been switched." Hu Xiaoheng understood and frowned. He immediately said, "Then does Uncle Lu have a backup plan to deal with the Rawl family's counterattack?" When the time came, they would find that their last glimmer of hope had been shattered. A beast struggling on its deathbed was the most vicious. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1808, their most important position. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1820. Lu Yuan spread his hands. "I don't know if he has a backup plan. Based on my understanding of Lu Jin, he's the kind of person who would be willing to be cut to pieces to bring down the emperor. He's not good at getting along with people, and he always does things based on his bravery." Hu Xiaoheng smiled bitterly and thought to himself, so Gu Nianji's bravery, when she got angry, was hereditary. In Lu Jin's laboratory, Gu Nianji looked at the thin, soft, and even slightly yellow fetal hair. She pursed her lips. "This is my fetal hair. Why is it so yellow?" She touched her hair and smiled. "Fortunately, my hair is growing well now." It was indeed very good. Now, her hair was black and shiny, and there was a lot of it. It was much better than the few thin, soft yellow hairs she had when she was a baby. Lu Jin's gaze also fell on her hair, but he was thinking about Qin Suwen's beautiful hair. Qin Suwen's appearance had been very ordinary after surgery, but her hair was rare. Gu Nianji turned around and happened to see Lu Jin's gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself that it was that kind of gaze again. It was as if he was looking at someone else through her. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her eyes and muttered, "Dad, did you already know that Qin Yaoguang wasn't my biological mother?" Lu Jin was a little confused by Gu Nianji's thoughts. His gaze fell on her and he didn't react for a moment. He subconsciously said, "I know." Gu Nianji immediately looked up and said hopefully, "Then who is my biological mother?" Lu Jin came back to his senses and looked away uncomfortably. He muttered, "It's hard to say, Gu Nianji. If she knew, then she knew. If she didn't know, then she didn't know. What did he mean by it was hard to say. She glared at Lu Jin, her big eyes unblinking. Her gaze was very intimidating. Lu Jin looked up at the ceiling, then looked around and said, "There are a lot of things to do later. I'll go ask Boss Lu what to do." He turned around and left the laboratory almost as if he was fleeing. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin's fleeing figure and was so angry that she laughed. Lu Jin came out of the laboratory first and returned to the living room. He saw Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng still sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at him seriously. As long as he didn't face Gu Nianji, Lu Jin had nothing to be afraid of. He smiled and sat down on the sofa in front of Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan. "Have you finished cleaning the kitchen?" Lu Yuan had long known Lu Jin's character. He snorted and said, "I was waiting for you to ask me. What if they find out that you've swapped things?" Lu Jin spread his hands. "At most, I'll find out that this gene isn't a perfect gene. I won't be able to cheat money. How noble do you think those capitalists are? Would he really fight for the future of mankind? I'm being amused. It's more like it's for my own future. But the Roer clan has been made a fool of. Will he just let it go?" Hua Xiaoheng reminded Lu Jin tactfully, with their family's power and connections, they can do a lot of things. Lu Jin frowned. Their family is almost emptied because of this experiment. Otherwise, why would they convene this meeting and trick others into paying for it? How can a capitalist be called a capitalist when he has no money? You can't say that. Lu Yuan knew that Lu Yuan was thinking too simply. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how emptied the Roer clan is, they won't be like ordinary people who have nothing. Have you ever thought about what if they go crazy and fight back? This was Hua Xiaoheng's question. Lu Yuan had asked it himself because he didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to be too aggressive in front of Lu Jin. After all, he was his son-in-law, and there were some things that he couldn't say. Lu Jin scratched his head and blurted out, "At most, we'll perish together with him. This Roer is the happiest in their family. Everyone else can't wait to close the laboratory that burns money like a bottomless pit. This was your original plan, right?" Gu Nianji happened to walk over and asked with a livid face, "Who the hell is Roer? Does he deserve to perish together with you?" Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, they agreed with the first half of Gu Nianji's words, but what did she mean by the second half? Lu Jin regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. He was blaming himself, but when he heard Gu Nianji's words, he immediately beamed. It was as if he had drunk a cup of iced plum wine to relieve the heat in the dog days. His entire body relaxed as he nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. How can he deserve to perish together with me? I have to find a better target." Baw baw baw. Gu Nianji sat down beside Lu Jin and glared at him unhappily. "Can we not use such a frustrating method like perishing together? You're a genius. A genius only has this much IQ. Can't you think of a way to make all his previous efforts go to waste, make his life a living hell, and also make him not know who his opponent is?" Wasn't this too difficult? Not only did she want the other party's 100 years of hard work to go to waste, but she also wanted Roer to live a life worse than death, and she also wanted him to not know who was messing with him. Lu Jin was dumbfounded. "You really have high standards for me. Then there's nothing I can do." Gu Nianji nodded matter-of-factly. She put one compliment after another on Lu Jin's head as if it was free. She smiled and said, "My father is smart and powerful. Isn't it a piece of cake for him to deal with a rich man like Lolo who relies on money?" Lu Jin threw his head back and laughed out loud. After laughing enough, he said, "Now you know that Dad is still the best, right? But..." He changed the topic and looked at Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan. He smiled and said, "Although I have a high IQ, I'm not very good at scheming. This kind of scheming should be left to the professionals. For example, these two professional scheming players on the other side will definitely be able to think of a way to make all his previous efforts go to waste, make his life a living hell, and also make him not know who his opponent is. Lu Yuan couldn't help but point out, in short, you just don't have a backup plan. You were planning to perish together with the DNA sample, weren't you? Lu Jin's original plan had been exposed. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and chuckled. Not at all, not at all. Look, didn't I escape unscathed? The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched. Without President Liu and Major General Hua, you still want to escape unscathed. Dad, you can forget about it. Lu Jin wasn't angry at Gu Nianji's retort at all. Instead, he looked at her fawningly and said, "Isn't Dad right here? Let's not talk about the past. I still have to take you down the red carpet and see my girl get married with my own eyes, and a baby. Are you really not going to have a baby?" Gu Nianji was both angry and amused. He even knew how to change the topic. Look at what he's capable of. Lu Yuan couldn't take it anymore and said, "There's no time to lose. Rower should be coming up with results soon." Lu Jin immediately retorted, "Impossible. With their scientific research ability and experimental equipment, it'll take at least a month for the results to come out." Because the other party didn't want to verify who the DNA in the hair belonged to, but to verify whether the DNA in the hair was the perfect gene. There would be a lot of experiments to be done. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan looked at each other and told him what they had just discussed. "Uncle Lu, can we use this month's time difference to do something?" This was today's second update, Chapter 1809, Look at what he's capable of. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1821. What do you want to do? Lu Jin looked at Hua Xiaoheng warily. Do you want to kill Lorraine? If you want, I can help you design a plan. Gu Nianji, if they wanted to set up a trap to kill, Hua Xiaoheng and his uncle, Lu Yuan, who was sitting next to him, were experts among experts. Lu Jin was really showing off in front of Guan Yu. Gu Nianji tapped Lu Jin's shoulder with a headache and said weakly, "Dad, we want to defeat Lorraine legally. Can you stop fighting and killing so easily? You're making a fool of yourself." She pouted at Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and smiled. He tried to smooth things over. Nianji is a little girl. She's kind and soft-hearted. She doesn't like to hear things that are too ruthless. Lu Jin frowned and said seriously, "It's fine. I've already thought about it. There are many ways to make him die naturally. The simplest way can be calculated mathematically. Chaos mathematics." Gu Nianji suddenly felt a little guilty. She quickly changed the topic and said randomly, "Dad, you said at that closed-door round-table meeting that the Lorraine family seemed to be short of money. That's why they asked you to invest." Lu Jin blinked. He was not used to Gu Nianji's sudden change of topic, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, I'm guessing that there's something wrong with their family's financial situation. Originally, they were planning to take the lead in gene medicine and gene technology and make a lot of money. In the end, it's been more than 100 years and there's still no results. No matter how rich a family is, they can't afford such an investment." "That's good." Gu Nianji had an idea. She clasped her palms together and said, "Since they're already unable to make ends meet, we might as well start with the stock market, drain their trust fund, collapse their family business, and make them penniless. Let's see how you're going to use money to smash people and chase after her genes." Gu Nianji smiled like a little fox. Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Hua Xiaoheng looked at each other. Holy **T. That was too ruthless. What were these rich capitalists most afraid of? It wasn't death, but lack of money. If they could be squeezed dry, then they wouldn't be able to continue supporting the laboratories around the world. Of course, they wouldn't be able to stir up trouble. Lu Yuan glanced sideways at Hu Xiaohing and teased, "Is this your kind and soft-hearted little girl? Look at this method, it's like taking drastic measures from under the cauldron without shedding a drop of blood. He's trying to send Lorraine's family to the 18th level of hell." Hu Xiaohing calmly rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "President Lu, you flatter her. She's still young, so don't praise her too much. She'll become arrogant." "Am I praising you?" Lu Yuan laughed at Hu Xiaohing's shamelessness and nodded with his hand. "Good, good, good. No wonder Nianji can grow up like this. You've contributed a lot. It's all because Nianji is smart and capable." "I'm just giving her good guidance," Hu Xiaohing said seriously. Normally, he wouldn't say such meaningless words. In his opinion, arguing with others was only a momentary pleasure and a pure waste of time. But when it came to a war of words, a single sentence from him could choke someone to death. Lu Yuan felt a little stifled. Lu Jin had also turned the corner. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He said, "Let's do that. There's still a month's time. If I don't squeeze oil out of all the stones in Lorraine's house, my surname isn't Lu." Here he goes again. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead and smiled bitterly. "Dad, your surname isn't Lu to begin with. Have you forgotten what my surname is?" "Lu Jin," he chuckled. "Girl, what does it matter? Anyway, neither of us is surnamed Lu. I'm just swearing in the name of Lu. If anything bad happens, it won't fall on our heads." Gu Nianji, that sounded so reasonable that she couldn't refute it. After deciding on a plan to take drastic measures, they began to do their jobs. Hu Xiaohing and Lu Yuan monitored the movements of Lorraine and his New York laboratory respectively. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin, on the other hand, were stirring up trouble on social media, while the other was accumulating momentum in the stock market. That day, Gu Nianji registered a temporary account on Twitter and posted 2 screenshots. Lorraine had been riding the crest of success for the past few days, and he even walked with the wind. The plan that their family had been planning for over 100 years was finally about to become a reality in his generation. The DNA sample that was closest to the perfect gene sent from Huaxia was being verified in the laboratory in New York. According to the scientists involved, the situation was unexpectedly good, which made them very excited. That evening, the rosy setting sun dyed Manhattan a gorgeous rose color. He hummed as he returned to his mansion on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. When he entered, he saw a few long-lost guests sitting in his living room. "Why are you all here together?" Among these people were middle-aged people about his age, and there were also a few old people who looked to be in their 70s or 80s, but they were not so old that they could not walk. They frowned at him and said, "You're still happy. What did you do today?" Lorraine had been in the laboratory all day watching the scientists do their experiments, so he had no time to pay attention to anything else. He smiled as he took off his coat and handed it to the British butler who was coming towards him. He said casually, "What's wrong?" "I've been in the laboratory for the past few days." "You went to the laboratory?" An old man chuckled and said in a strange voice, "No wonder you wanted to be a scientist, so you gave up the position of chairman. You didn't even care about it. No wonder you didn't know about such a big event in the stock market today." "What's the big deal about the stock market?" Lorraine said disapprovingly, "It's just up and down anyway. We've been holding the stock for a long time, so there's no need to get angry over a temporary rise and fall in the stock price." After saying that, he felt strange again. Everyone here is a big shot who has been in the stock market for many years. Why are you here today to question me about the stock market? Everyone looked at each other. At that moment, they were sure that Lorraine still did not know what was going on. A middle-aged man took out his phone and handed it to him. "You didn't look at Twitter today, did you?" "I don't like social media." Lorraine was a little unhappy. "What exactly do you want?" "Don't waste my time." "See for yourself," an old man shouted. His face and neck were already red. Lorraine reluctantly looked at the middle-aged man's phone. It turned out that it was the trending topic of the day on Twitter. Hashtag the famous Lorraine family, are they philanthropists, or are they wolves in human skin? Hashtag there were two screenshots below. The screenshot on the left showed the percentage of accidental and premature deaths of orphans in the orphanages funded by the Lorraines all over the world. The screenshot on the right showed the percentage of accidental and premature deaths of orphans in the orphanages funded by the Lorraines. It was obvious that the percentage of accidental and premature deaths of orphans in the orphanages funded by the Lorraines on the left was 10 times or even 100 times higher than in ordinary orphanages. As soon as these two screenshots were posted, Twitter immediately exploded. Many people began to repost and like the post. Later, the female celebrity who liked to adopt orphans also reposted it with a big question mark. This was a big deal. The female celebrity was very popular on Twitter and was also a charity ambassador for the United Nations. As soon as she reposted it, not only did her fans repost it, but even the politicians who were her fans joined in with the repost and the question mark. In the screenshot of the orphanages funded by the Lorraines, the specific locations of all the orphanages were marked, including, of course, the countries. For a moment, Twitter users all over the world were in an uproar. In this era where self-media was flourishing all over the world, it was no longer possible to suppress the spread of news by bribing large mainstream media outlets with money. Many streamers and self-media operators who were trying their best to become famous followed the addresses provided in the screenshot and found the addresses of the orphanages. They tried every possible way to find out about the situation here, but the more they dug, the worse it got. These people actually dug out some chilling inside information. For example, after they bribed the management of the orphanage with some money, they got some inside information. Why did the percentage of accidental and premature deaths of orphans in this orphanage was higher than in other orphanages? It was because the orphans all went to the laboratory designated by the sponsor, the Lorraines, for a physical examination. Each physical examination took about a week, and after these orphans came back, there would always be a few who fell sick. Life in the orphanage was not as good as that of the families outside where parents personally took care of them. Moreover, most of these orphans had congenital defects, so it was very easy for them to die from a single cold. Now the question was, what kind of physical examination would take a week? A Twitter user from a small village in Southeast Asia posted, "We have an orphanage funded by the Lorraines here. Ever since it came into existence, we no longer see any stray children here. Do you know where they all go?" After entering the orphanage funded by the Lorraines, only 2/3 of them lived to adulthood. In modern society, even if one begged on the streets, the mortality rate would not be so high. After this Twitter account was posted, it set off a worldwide craze for exploring the orphanage funded by the Lorraines. Similarly, for the originally inconspicuous orphanages scattered around the world, even if more than half of the orphans did not live to adulthood, no one would pay special attention to them. But when these phenomena were looked at together, it was extremely frightening. The uproar on Twitter grew louder and louder, and the police all over the world began to investigate. Lorraine had been extremely busy lately. He ordered the laboratories scattered around the world to quickly stop their experiments, destroy all the experimental samples that had not been sent back to the United States, and withdraw the personnel. He also stopped funding the orphanages around the world. But he alone, or rather, the power of his family, could not fight against the power of the world's netizens. The Lorraine family's nearly century-old charity business not only suffered the heaviest blow to its reputation, but it also faced criminal and civil lawsuits from all over the world. The Lorraine Group's stock price plummeted in the stock market. When the two screenshots were posted on the first day, the Lorraine family's stock was smashed like crazy. A short seller appeared out of nowhere and used 10 times the leverage to short the Lorraine Group stock. For the benefit of the family business, the trader of the Lorraine family's trust fund wanted to take advantage of the low price. He used the Lorraine family's trust fund as collateral to borrow money from the bank. On the first day, the market was evenly matched, and the stock price basically stabilized, only dropping a little. But by the second day, the third day, and even the 10th and 20th day, the Lorraine Group stock price had dropped from $1,000 a share to less than $10 a share. The mortgaged real estate was constantly being repossessed by the bank, and even the trust fund that guaranteed money for future generations was ordered to liquidate to pay off the bank's debts. Everyone in the Lorraine family could not sit still anymore. They all gathered at Lorraine's mansion on the Upper East Side of Manhattan to demand an explanation from him. Lorraine's hair had not been trimmed for many days. He was summoned from the laboratory with a phone call. In front of more than 100 members of the Lorraine family, he waved his hands excitedly and said fiercely, "Don't worry. There will be an official result in a few days. When that time comes, I'll make those short sellers who shorted the Lorraine Group stock pay a huge loss." This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1810, The Power of the Netizens is Infinite. A reminder for everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1822. After sending off the 100 or so people with great difficulty, Lorraine sat alone in his room and closed his eyes to rest. Too many things had happened recently, so many that even a seasoned man like him had almost failed. Fortunately, he still had other tricks up his sleeve other than the perfect genes. If a tiger didn't show its might, people would think he was a sick cat. A vicious look flashed across Lorraine's eyes. He picked up the landline in his study and dialed the Huaxia Empire's number. "Who does the sample you sent belong to?" Lorraine narrowed his eyes and tried his best to ask in a relaxed tone. The person who answered the phone from the Huaxia Empire sounded a bit old. After confirming Lorraine's identity, the person didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "Mr. Lorraine, are you done with the verification? We've done what you asked us to do. When will you do what we want you to do?" The person who answered the phone was Qin Bei. He was playing with 2 walnuts the size of a child's fist in his hands. They were so tightly coiled that they were about to bleed. Lorraine was a bit impatient, but he was concerned that the Qin family was their only business partner in the Huaxia Empire, so he said patiently, "As long as the results are out, of course I'll help you get Madame Qin Yaoguang out. I just want to know, who does this DNA sample belong to?" He was no longer satisfied with a small sample. Now that the Lorraine family was in a difficult situation, he desperately wanted to get his hands on the whole person, not just a few genetic samples. That would be more shocking and convincing. Qin Bei was old and shrewd. He said slyly, "You'll have to ask my daughter, Qin Yaoguang. She did so many experiments to get this set of perfect genes. If she doesn't tell us, none of us will know. You also know that this kind of experiment is highly confidential. Even the lab staff might not know what's going on, let alone an old man like me who doesn't know anything." Lorraine was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He slammed the table and shouted, "You better not be lying to me. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Lorraine threw the phone away after speaking and covered his face with his hands on the table. In a large residence in the Huaxia Empire's Z city, Wen Shiyi sat next to Qin Bei and asked carefully, "What about the Lorraine family? I heard that the things that their family has done have been exposed in Europe and the United States. The netizens on Twitter are now trolling them. The LoveLore Group stock has plummeted. Will it affect our family?" Qin Bei closed his eyes and lightly tapped his fingers on the chair. He said lightly, "The Rohr family funded our family's orphanage over 100 years ago, but that was only the initial funds. It wasn't much, and it has always been small." Wen Shui nodded. "My mother told me a little about what happened back then. She said that at the time, the Qin orphanage was only responsible for providing materials for the LoveLore Group's laboratory in the country. Later, after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the foreign laboratories couldn't stay any longer and were ordered to close down. All the foreign scientists were chased out, and our Qin family began to build our own laboratory." "That's right. If it weren't for those people being chased away, our Qin family wouldn't have developed so much." Qin Bei opened his eyes and said proudly, "You're Yaoguang's biological daughter, which means you're my biological granddaughter. I can tell you that I've already returned the initial capital that the LoveLore Group gave us with interest. Now, our two families are in a cooperative relationship, not a superior-subordinate relationship, and definitely not a shareholder and employee relationship." "Is that so?" Wen Shui's eyes curved into crescents as she propped up her face with one hand. "Grandfather, you're the best. You knew to buy the land here in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel good to be controlled by others." Speaking of the land in Z City, the land that had truly allowed the Qin family to enter the upper class of society, Qin Bei's expression became a little unnatural. He sighed. "Actually, we should still thank the LoveLore family. After the situation in the country stabilized, the head of the LoveLore family, who is now LoveLore's father, came to our country with the United Nations Population Fund for a visit. That's how we got in touch." The external connection that had been disconnected for a full 20 years was finally re-established. However, due to the special circumstances of the Huaxia Empire, it was not easy for foreign funds to be transferred directly to the domestic account. Thus, they used other methods to help the Qin family. Remember, we didn't take a single cent from them. We made our fortune on our own. We don't owe them anything. We're in a cooperative relationship. Qin Bei recalled the events of the past and repeatedly emphasized this point to Wen Shui to brainwash himself. Wen Shui smiled. "That's for sure. The ones who pay are the bosses. Since we didn't take their money, they can't boss us around." She then sighed and said, "I just want to do my part and help my mother regain her freedom as soon as possible. You helping us manage the Qin Private Hospital Group will be the greatest help you can give us. As for your mother, I'll make sure they have no choice but to personally send her abroad." A trace of coldness flashed across Qin Bei's eyes. In the LoveLore family's mansion in New York City, LoveLore looked at the documents in front of him and said to the tall, blonde, and handsome man in front of him, "Reinitz, are you sure this DNA sample came from one of these two people?" The man in front of him was well-built and had incomparably toned muscles. His back was facing the sunlight from the window of the study, and his pale skin was flawless. Reinitz wore a fitted suit, but the muscles on his arms were knotted and his shoulders were broad. His waist suddenly contracted, revealing a perfect inverted triangle that had the physical beauty of an ancient Greek sculpture. He had a cigarette in his mouth. His nose was high and his eyes were deep. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and his two black eyebrows were very neatly shaped as if they had been measured with a ruler. His eyes were exceptionally beautiful. He squinted and exhaled a puff of white smoke. There was a careless indifference and calmness to him, as if he was thousands of mountains and rivers away, but also as if he was close at hand. His facial features were the typical Germanic beauty. There was a small groove on his chin, and when he was expressionless, he had a religious asceticism that was a strong contrast to his aggressive figure. Reinitz flicked the cigarette ash in his hand and said in standard Hanoverian German, "According to our investigation, it can only be one of these two people." He pointed to the information on the left. "The first one is called Wen Shui. She was the first fertilized egg that Qin Yaoguang successfully made with gene editing. She grew up in the Qin orphanage." He pointed to the information on the right. The second one is called Gu Nianji. She was a fertilized egg that Qin Yaoguang edited with her experimental partner, Gu Xiangwen, after her gene editing technology matured. We used to think that she was her biological daughter, but the recent lawsuit in Huaxia Empire showed that Gu Nianji wasn't Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter. Her biological mother is still a mystery, so I tend to think that Gu Nianji is the most likely. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1811, The Most Likely. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1823. LoveLore looked at the two photos for a long time and said with a frown, "Didn't you get a DNA sample from them? Can't you just do an experiment and compare them?" Reinert smiled faintly and bowed slightly. If it was that easy, you wouldn't have spent so much money to hire the Federal Intelligence Agency. The Federal Intelligence Agency that Reinert worked for was Germany's intelligence agency. This agency was very low-key, at least not as famous as the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, or the Soviet Union's KGB. However, the agency's predecessor was the famous Gestapo. Back when the Gestapo was wreaking havoc in Europe, the CIA and the Soviet Union's KGB hadn't even been established yet. Therefore, these intelligence agencies were inextricably linked to the German Gestapo. This was because many of their training methods were inherited from the Gestapo. The Federal Intelligence Agency of Germany, which inherited the Gestapo's true core resources, was full of hidden talents. There were some things that the Soviet Union's KGB and CIA couldn't handle, so the Federal Intelligence Agency of Germany was bound to be surprised. As the head of one of the world's top 10 plutocratic families, LoveLore was no stranger to this. Therefore, he didn't put all his hopes on the CIA agents. Instead, he secretly hired Reinert, an elite agent from the Federal Intelligence Agency of Germany, to help him investigate the perfect genes. The reason he asked Reinert to help investigate the LoveLore family's biggest secret was because the perfect genes weren't a secret to the Germans, especially the Germans, who were once known as the noble race. Hitler had done something similar back in the day. The Germans didn't succeed, and they thought this method was too ridiculous. Therefore, after World War II, the Germans gave up on this research and gave all the information to the Americans. However, the Federal Intelligence Agency of Germany still kept all the original information. However, the original information was scattered and stored in the vast ocean of Gestapo data. Only a few people among them still held the keys to the information. These keys were passed down from generation to generation, and now they were in Reinert's hands. He was already the next director of the Federal Intelligence Agency. He would take over as soon as his immediate superior, Li Deshi, retired next year. It was not hard to imagine how much Lorraine had spent to hire him. LoveLore had mortgaged his family's mansion on the Upper East Side of Manhattan to the bank to get that much money to pay the Federal Intelligence Agency. As soon as Reinert made his move, it proved that he was worth it. It only took them 10 days to narrow down the clues to Wen Shui and Gu Nianji. Reinert's fingers caressed Gu Nianji's photo as he replied dryly, "I'll investigate her situation first. Then I'll have to trouble you." Lorraine gratefully reached out to shake Reinert's hand. Reinert slowly put away the two photos and said, "I was paid to do this. You don't have to thank me." Lore. After leaving LoveLore's mansion on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, Reinert sat in the back seat of a low-key black Mercedes-Benz and said expressionlessly to the driver in front, "Drive to the Central Park Mansion district." The car window slowly rolled up, blocking the view of the people around. There were a few people sitting in the car, all of whom were his subordinates. "Boss, what's our next step?" "To visit an old friend," Reinert said calmly. The Rolls-Ford family used to be the oldest and most mysterious aristocratic family in Europe, but it was said that all of them had congenital diseases and didn't live long. Hundreds of years had passed, and almost everyone in the family had died. The only remaining heir was the seventh-generation grandson, von Rollsford. He actively invested in biogenetics and biopharmaceuticals, and it was said that it was to cure the Rollsford family. When Reinitz was in Europe, he had met this Mr. von Rollsford once. This time, he was in the United States to help the Lorraine family, and he wanted to visit Mr. Rollsford again to hear his opinion on the matter. There were only 5 blocks between Lorraine's mansion and the Central Park Mansion district, which was less than 0.2 miles away. It was as convenient as going next door. Reinitz had just looked up from the photo when he suddenly saw a young girl's smiling face flash by outside the car. His mind instantly buzzed, and his entire body boiled. He quickly looked out and saw that the young girl had already run into the entrance of a luxury apartment building in Central Park. Wasn't that the girl in the photo he had been looking at? Had Gu Nianji come to the United States? Reinitz narrowed his eyes and looked up at the luxurious apartment building in front of him. What a coincidence that she lived in the same building as Mr. von Rollsford. Then he remembered that Mr. von Rollsford was also investing in biogenetics and biopharmaceuticals, and the situation suddenly became delicate. Reinitz's instincts told him that there was something wrong, so he immediately changed his mind and asked the driver to stop, but he didn't get out. Several people sat quietly in the pitch-black car and stared at the entrance of the apartment building. But they waited from afternoon until night, and they didn't see that beautiful, elf-like girl appear again. Reinitz's driver yawned and said, "Boss, are we still going to wait?" "We waited all afternoon and did nothing," one of his subordinates muttered. Reinitz chuckled and shook his head. He said meaningfully, "Of course it's not useless. She didn't come out all afternoon, which means that she probably lives here. That makes it much easier. Let's go." Reinitz waved his hand, and the driver finally started the car and drove away excitedly. Reinitz rolled down the window and let the cool night wind blow on his face. His feverish mind also gradually cleared up. With the light from the street lamps, he looked at the photo in his hand and thought that the girl was really not photogenic. She was much more beautiful in person. Of course, she was also a beauty in the photo, but this kind of beauty couldn't compare to the liveliness of the real person. It was only a glimpse, but the liveliness of the smiling face were reflected in his mind. Reinitz curled his lips. "Miss Gu, nice to meet you." After Gu Nianji used 2 screenshots to expose the LoveLore family's background over the past 10 days, she quietly watched from the sidelines. Now she didn't need to do anything. Internet celebrities and self-media practitioners from all over the world who couldn't wait to use their lives to gain more fans jumped out. They went to the orphanage funded by the LoveLores to interview and posted all kinds of sensational gossip. Between the real and the fake, they created an atmosphere of "everyone adds firewood." In the end, the police from all over the world intervened and filed various civil and criminal lawsuits against the LoveLore family. The whole thing finally reached its climax. Lu Jin took advantage of this opportunity to short the LoveLore Group all the way. When the LoveLore Group stock fell below $10, he began to close his position. He was very cautious, but because he had shorted too much, the LoveLore Group stock was on the rise now. So he could only slowly buy and close his position bit by bit according to plan. Before the market closed at 3:30 p.m. that afternoon, Lu Jin finally bought all the stocks he had shorted and closed his position. However, when he had sold them, they had all been around $1,000 to $500. Now, it had only cost him about $10 to close his position. The difference in the middle was his huge profit. Gu Nianji watched excitedly from the side. When the stock market closed at the last minute, Gu Nianji jumped up happily and said, "I'll go buy something good for you." She had recently found out on the internet that a Huaxia Empire person had opened a Rujiamo shop not far from here. It was said that the Rujiamo inside was very authentic. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan hadn't been back for a few days. She and Lu Jin had been eating Western takeout for a few days and couldn't take it anymore. They planned to buy some delicious Huaxia Empire snacks to improve their lives. She carried the lunchbox bag with the Rujiamo into the house and shouted, "Dad! The Rujiamo is here." Lu Jin came out of his computer room and said excitedly, "How many did you buy? Is it delicious?" "It must be delicious. I can smell it." "Of course it's delicious." Gu Nianji proudly placed a few Rujiamos on an exquisite bone china plate with gold rims. "Look, the green coriander, the red meat with soy sauce, the brown sauce, and the soft baked bread. I'm drooling just by looking at it." Lu Jin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Then why didn't you buy a few more? There are only 4. Is that enough? I've already eaten 2. You can eat all 4. Gu Nianji pushed the plate and said magnanimously. Lu Jin laughed. "I can't eat 4. 3 is about right." He picked up the Rujiamo and ate it in big mouthfuls. As he ate, he kept praising it. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Dad, why did you close out all your positions in the stock market today?" Lu Jin glanced at her and smiled. "Because LoveLore is going to announce his discovery tomorrow." "How do you think the market will react then?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "Is he going to announce the success of the perfect gene experiment regardless of everything? What do you think?" Lu Jin took a big bite of the Rujiamo and chewed it slowly with a look of enjoyment on his face. After swallowing it, he took another sip of water and said, "They usually use this trick to speculate on the stock price. First, use a piece of news to suppress the stock price so that they can buy it at a low price. Then, use a piece of news to raise the stock price again, and they can sell it. I'm doing the same thing now, but in the opposite direction. I'm selling short before the stock price is suppressed. Then, before the news comes out, I'll quickly close out my positions and buy a batch at a low price. Tomorrow, he'll announce big news. I'll let him be smug for a few days and let the stock price rise. After I sell all the stocks I have, I'll teach him a lesson." Trick. It was all a trick. This was a trick. Gu Nianji was amazed and smiled. "Dad, you're making money on the side and making money on the side. You flatter me. It's all the power of knowledge." Lu Jin winked at her, and the father and daughter smiled tacitly. At that moment, the door of the apartment was suddenly pushed open. It was Hua Xiaoheng. His expression was extremely serious as he said, "Hurry up and get CEO Lu back. LoveLore hired Reinitz as a helper. He seems to have found out about Nianji." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1812, a bloody case caused by a Rujiamo. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1824. Reinitz. Gu Nianji felt like a lifetime had passed when she heard the name again. She asked in surprise, "How did he get here?" Hua Xiaoheng walked over and flicked her forehead with his finger. "What are you thinking about? Of course it's Reinitz here. Reinitz over there is a priest in the church." Gu Nianji covered her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "That's good. As long as it's not Reinitz over there, who's afraid?" But after saying that, she thought of a few more questions and quickly asked, "But how did he recognize me? I've never seen him here. Also, how did you find out about him?" Hua Xiaoheng pulled out the dining chair next to Gu Nianji and sat down next to her. He took out his phone to text Lu Yuan and said, "I'm monitoring Lorraine. I happened to see him meeting an important guest at his house today. It turned out to be someone we know, Reinitz." Gu Nianji understood and snorted disdainfully. "How can that be considered knowing? At most, I know that face." He's not Reinitz from across the street. Hu Xiaoheng slowly raised his head and looked at her with a half-smile. Disappointed. Still thinking about Reinitz from across the street. Gu Nianji was speechless. She widened her eyes and said, "How am I disappointed? You're so weird." Lu Jin interrupted and asked, "Is Reinitz very powerful? You two look like you're facing a formidable enemy." Gu Nianji turned to look at him and said with lingering fear, "Do you remember the chase I told you about in the Alps over there? Then I fell into Reinitz's trap." She remembered that incident, but she smiled again and beamed with joy. But they didn't get off easy either. "I seized the opportunity to hack into their department's intranet and sent all their information to our people." "So it's him." Lu Jin nodded repeatedly and asked Hu Xiaoheng, "So this Reinitz here is also an intelligence work?" Hu Xiaoheng said thoughtfully, "I looked up Reinitz's information on the way back. Yes, he's in the same position as Reinitz over there. They're both core figures in the German Federal Intelligence Agency." "How did he recognize Ninji?" "I can only guess that Lorraine provided the relevant information." After a pause, he added, "And Lorraine's information, without a doubt, was obtained from the Qin family in the country." Lu Jin agreed with this speculation and quickly said, "Lorraine has been working with the Qin family for so many years. They've known about Ninji for a long time." However, they had previously thought that Ninji's genes were not the perfect genes that they had envisioned. Because she had not displayed these abilities, they did not continue to pay attention to her. But all the initial data should be there. Gu Nianji sat to the side, her eyes sparkling as she suddenly said, "This time, he doesn't know I know him." Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin looked at her and asked in unison, "What do you want to do?" Gu Nianji froze for a moment, then smiled. "You two have the same idea." Lu Jin couldn't help glaring at Hu Xiaoheng before saying to Gu Nianji, "The further you stay away from such people, the better. They're all ruthless people." Hu Xiaoheng actually agreed with Lu Jin's opinion. He nodded and said, "Indeed, don't contact him." She had only said one sentence, and the two of them had actually guessed what she was going to do. Gu Nianji twisted her earlobe awkwardly and avoided the topic. She giggled and said, "Actually, I just want to make use of the trash. Maybe there will be more surprises. Besides, he's already recognized me. What's the point of avoiding him? It'll only make him more aggressive in pursuing me. It's better to play along and pretend that I don't know about this and see what he'll do next." Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng looked at each other, as if they were both thinking about the feasibility of this matter. However, after thinking about it, they still shook their heads and refused. "No, you don't have to do it." Hu Xiaoheng immediately suggested, "No, let Ninji return to the country first. There's young Master He in the country, and the protection provided is more complete." Gu Nianji saw that Hu Xiaoheng was no longer afraid of He Jichu. She glanced at him in surprise, but quickly understood Hu Xiaoheng's intentions. He Jichu was almost certain to be her half-brother, especially since both He Jichu and she knew about this, so He Jichu was no longer her love rival. Since he wasn't a love rival, and might even be a future relative, of course he was happy to be generous. Gu Nianji pursed her lips speechlessly and refused, "I'm not going back alone. I want to be with you guys." Lu Jin also wanted Gu Nianji to return to the country now. It would be safer than staying in the United States. However, Gu Nianji refused. When she made an aggrieved expression, he immediately raised the white flag and surrendered. Okay, I won't go back, I won't go back. Daddy has money now and can protect you." Lu Jin pretended to be a rich, nouveau riche and waved his right hand in front of him. Gu Nianji giggled and hugged Lu Jin's left arm. She said sweetly, "Daddy is the best. Daddy, I love you." Lu Jin suddenly felt like he was about to float into the sky. He was so dizzy that he couldn't hear Gu Nianji clearly. Anyway, he agreed with everything she said and said it was okay. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his temples. He had never wanted Lu Yuan to come back as much as he did now. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan really came back. When Lu Jin saw him, he stood up happily and said, "That's great. Boss Lu, you're really back. You don't have to eat Western food tonight." Lu Yuan, Gu Nianji was also quite happy, but she wasn't as straightforward as Lu Jin. She only said implicitly, "The Huaxia food in the United States is really terrible. It's even worse than Western food. But it's fine to eat Western food occasionally, but it's also nauseating if you eat too much." Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan were already used to it. Lu Yuan didn't mind. He smiled generously and said, "People who have just come to the United States from China won't be able to adapt to the taste of most of the Huaxia food in the United States. There are some Huaxia restaurants in California that are fine, but they are rare and can be ignored." That's right, that's right." Gu Nianji's eyes almost look like a lackey. "I suspect that the Huaxia dishes that are sold out are all made of boiled water. They taste terrible. President Lu, even if you open a Huaxia restaurant, you'll still make a lot of money." Lu Jin said proudly, "I've suggested it many times, but Boss Lu just won't listen." It was getting more and more ridiculous. Hua Xiaoheng didn't call him back to cook dinner for the two of them, did he? Lu Jin looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and stood up. "President Lu, please have a seat." He then said to Gu Nianji, "Tell President Lu what we just said. I'll go to the kitchen to cook dinner." Gu Nianji's eyes almost sparkled when she heard that there would be delicious food for dinner. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng in admiration and nodded repeatedly. "Major General Hua, go do your work. I'll talk to President Lu." In her eyes, Reinitz wasn't as important as a delicious dinner. Hua Xiaoheng laughed, but his mood improved again. He turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Lu Jin sat down where Hua Xiaoheng had just sat and quietly listened to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was eloquent. She recounted the situation like pearls falling on a jade plate, then said, "I wonder if Reinitz here is as good as Reinitz over there." Lu Jin continued, "If they do the same job, they should be equally good." Lu Yuan hadn't expected this kind of development and was speechless for a long time. He had been monitoring the movements of LoveLore's laboratory outside for the past few days. He had been wandering around LoveLore's laboratory in New York for a long time, but he still hadn't found an opportunity to secretly install cameras and eavesdropping devices in LoveLore's secret laboratory. He stroked his chin and said slowly, "LoveLore's laboratory in New York is extremely heavily guarded. I suspect that the results of their family's experiments over the past 100 years are kept in their laboratory in New York. Now they've hired the head of German intelligence to track down Nianji. They're really determined to get Nianji." Lu Jin exploded when he heard this. "I told you guys not to interfere. If I had followed my plan, they would have had to rebuild on the ruins." Gu Nianji's hair stood on end when she heard this. She quickly tugged at the corner of Lu Jin's shirt and said pitifully, "Dad, we agreed that you wouldn't abandon me." No, Dad was just saying." Lu Jin quickly coaxed Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji pretended to be aggrieved as she slyly observed Lu Yuan's movements. Lu Yuan's gaze happened to look over and met her foxy gaze. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and pointed at her. He said, "There's not much point in dying with them. As long as they have money, they can rebuild in minutes. Nianji's suggestion to destroy all their sources of funding is more reliable." He was secretly mocking Lu Jin's method for being unreliable. Lu Jin wasn't angry at all. He just spread his hands and said, "With the LoveLore family's wealth and power, they won't sit still and wait for death. Just you wait. If they don't retaliate like crazy, my surname won't be Gu." This time, he didn't use his surname Lu to brush them off. Gu Nianji and Lu Yuan's expressions became serious. This was today's second update, Chapter 1813, The Murder Caused by a Ruggiemo, 2. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1825. This Reinitz is the Lolo family's counterattack? Gu Nianji asked with slight confusion. She still didn't understand how Reinitz had targeted her. She clearly didn't have the chance to get to know Reinitz after she came here. Dad, logically speaking, that thing has already been replaced. They should be targeting Wen Shui now. Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hands and was very confused. Because of Reinitz's interference, this matter is indeed not optimistic. Lu Yuan frowned. He had been here for many years and hadn't given up on his identity and mission. He had secretly done a lot of investigations and had a certain understanding of how powerful this German organization was. Hua Xiaoheng prepared dinner. When everyone was eating together, Hua Xiaoheng talked about Gu Nianji's dealings with this organization. When Lu Yuan found out that Gu Nianji had single-handedly packaged all the computer information of this organization in the other world and sent it to his own country, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help toasting Gu Nianji. Nianji, I knew you were powerful, but I didn't expect you to be this powerful. People who worked in intelligence work valued this data the most. It was a precious asset that they could defend and fight for with their lives. Gu Nianji was embarrassed by the compliment. Unfortunately, she couldn't drink, so she only used grape juice as wine to toast Lu Yuan. She smiled and said, CEO Lu, you flatter me. I didn't think too much at the time. I just did my part. Hua Xiaoheng knew that she was determined to die at the time, so she did it without a care for anything else. He felt extremely guilty and reached out to hold Gu Nianji's hand under the table. Gu Nianji smiled slightly and glanced at him without batting an eyelid. Her eyes were watery, like the ripples on the surface of the jade water that had been stirred by the branches of green trees in spring. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth twitched when he saw this. He knocked on the bowl and said, "Eat properly. Don't talk when you eat or sleep." Where did all the rules go? Clearly, Lu Jin didn't care about these rules. Gu Nianji knew that he was feeling uncomfortable. She smiled and scooped a bowl of soup for Lu Jin. Dad, have some soup. This is dried bamboo shoots and old duck soup that Hua Xiao specially prepared for you. Look at how clear and mellow this soup is. The duck meat isn't old at all. Instead, it's full of soup and is soft and tender. Lu Jin was in a better mood. He glanced at Hua Xiaoheng proudly and turned to Gu Nianji. Nianji, you eat too. I remember that a few days ago, you said you wanted to eat salted duck, especially salted duck cooked with potatoes. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to say, I'll make salted duck tomorrow and cook it with potatoes. That, Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to say. Lu Yuan smiled and continued to praise Gu Nianji. Shareholder Lu, don't be so critical of Nianji. TSK, if I had a daughter like her and made such great achievements, even if I didn't know how to cook, I would still learn good cooking skills and cook delicious food for my daughter every day. Gu Nianji thought of his cheap daughter, Hua Jilan, and blushed subtly. She whispered. Actually, CEO Lu, you're flattering me. Although I got the information, the amount is too large. They're still sorting out all the content, so there's not much effective information. Lu Yuan didn't seem to remember that he had a cheap daughter at all. His chopsticks paused, and he said, yes, if it's all the content of the German Federal Bureau of Investigation, it would definitely be a huge amount of data. It would probably take many years to retrieve it all by hand. But there's a shortcut. What shortcut? Gu Nianji was overjoyed and quickly asked, CEO Lu, do you know how to get there? I don't know how to get there. Lu Yuan smiled. But I know that the German Federal Intelligence Agency has a rule for storing their important information. In order to find their most confidential information in their vast database, we need their key index. Hua Xiaoheng understood immediately. He said in surprise, so this is how the German Federal Intelligence Agency keeps their secret information. Their method of encryption was like hiding a needle in a huge pile of straw. It wasn't difficult, but even if someone else took the pile of straw away, they wouldn't think that the tiny needle was the most important thing inside. Or even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to find it. But it was different with a key. It was like a locator, or a magnet. It could suck out anything that contained iron. They just needed someone to have the key. Gu Nianji perked up and immediately thought of something. She said, "Does Reinitz know about the key? Should we start with him?" Lu Jin had just finished drinking the soup. He was still savoring the delicious taste of the soup, but now he couldn't care less. He said loudly, "Nianji, they're looking for you, and you're going to send yourself to them. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den?" Gu Nianji was eager to try. She clenched her fists and said excitedly, "They're allowed to plot against us and chase us from behind, but they're not allowed to fight back and collect some interest. I'm guessing that the keys to both worlds should be the same, right?" Lu Jin thought about it. It might not be exactly the same, but the rules and logic of the keys should be the same. That's even better. We can't let go of this opportunity. Gu Nianji put down her chopsticks and rolled her eyes. She said sweetly, "Actually, I'm not saying this to show off. I've thought it over carefully." She counted with her fingers. "First of all, if we can get the key from Reinitz here, we can unlock the most important secret in the huge amount of information on the other side of the world. This is for the national interest." Lu Yuan couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. Although Hua Xiaoheng didn't want Gu Nianji to show up, he was moved by her words and wanted to give it a try. Gu Nianji saw that the two of them were still as unmoving as mountains and had no intention of agreeing to her, but she could still see their interest from their slightly flickering eyes. Gu Nianji's smile became even sweeter. She turned to look at Lu Jin and said, "Secondly, we also have a major advantage. Although there are only 4 of us, each of us can fight against 10 or 100 people by ourselves. Someone like my father can fight against an entire army by himself." When the famous Qian Chuesen wanted to return to China, the U.S. military refused to let him go. They claimed that he could fight against 5 divisions by himself. Gu Nianji felt that her father was even more powerful than Qian Chuesen, so she upgraded him to an army. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan's mouths twitched at the same time. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was laughing so hard that he was dizzy from Gu Nianji's slap. Gu Nianji saw that she had settled Lu Jin, so she looked at Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan. She gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. "Also, our President Lu's abilities are unfathomable. He can single-handedly toy with the elite agents of the U.S. police and the CIA. They still don't know who the Middle Eastern man, who stole the Apache helicopter and threw it into the sea is. They're still guessing if it's the KGB. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. But our President Lu is a powerful dragon in the Huaxia Empire. He can even suppress the local snake in New York. How can he not defeat the local snakes of the German Federal Intelligence Agency?" No matter how calm and collected Lu Yuan was, the corners of his lips curled up slightly when he heard Gu Nianji's unreserved praise. Gu Nianji secretly made an okay gesture to herself in her heart. All right, President Lu had been settled. Only Hua Xiaoheng was left. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng stared at her warily and shook his head. "It's useless. It's useless no matter what you say. No means no. Is it really impossible?" Gu Nianji sighed as if she was very regretful. She rested her chin on her hand and leaned against the dining table. she said in a low voice. I thought you would want to help me get revenge. At the foot of the Alps, you saw me being electrocuted by them with your own eyes. What? What? Lu Jin and Lu Yuan roared in unison. Lu Jin was so excited that he almost flipped the table over. Electrocuted? You didn't say that she was electrocuted. Lu Jin roared at Hu Xiaoheng, his expression ugly. What else are you hiding from me? Lu Yuan clenched his right hand into a fist and said coldly, if it's true, then we really can't let him off. Hu Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji and the corners of his mouth twitched. He really wanted to remind the two indignant elders that the person who electrocuted Gu Nianji was in another world, not here. And the person who electrocuted her had already been killed by him. But he didn't say a word. Because it was undeniable that Gu Nianji's words had hit his soft spot. Indeed, Gu Nianji's experience of being missing, captured, and electrocuted in Germany was a knot in Hu Xiaoheng's heart. He couldn't forget how he felt when he saw the video of her being electrocuted, and he definitely didn't want to do it again. Hu Xiaoheng's expression darkened. It's precisely because you suffered so much at Reinitz's hands over there that I can't let you take the risk. Gu Nianji said anxiously, but this time is different. When I was over there, Reinitz knew me, but I didn't know him. I was captured because of information asymmetry. But this time, Reinitz knows me, and I also know him, but he doesn't know that I know him. This is the information asymmetry in my favor. Gu Nianji really didn't want to let go of this opportunity. She thought nervously in her mind and thought of another reason. She clutched her chest and said, do you know that I sometimes dream that I'm being held hostage by them? It's already caused serious psychological trauma to me. You know that mental illness needs mental medication. If I can't, Hu Xiaoheng's head hurt from being tangled with her. He raised his hand and only wanted to cover her mouth. Stop, stop. You're just trying to think of a way to provoke Reinitz, aren't you? Of course not. Gu Nianji was also annoyed. She suddenly stood up and said with a sullen expression, I know what you guys mean. You always want me to hide, always want me to pretend, and can't go anywhere. Even going out to buy a Rujiamo will be dangerous. If this is what you guys are capable of, then what's the difference between me being locked up in a lab by them for the rest of my life? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1814, A Case of Murder Caused by a Rujiamo, 3. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update was at 8 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1826. Gu Nianji's words were too harsh. She actually regretted it as soon as she said it, but she really didn't want to be in a state of restricted freedom. The three people in the dining room looked at her in silence, and they all felt very uncomfortable. Because Gu Nianji wasn't wrong at all. They were all outstanding people in their own fields, but when it came to matters related to Gu Nianji, they couldn't help but be restrained. Gu Nianji saw that no one was speaking and was a little flustered. She was worried that her words would be too harsh and hurt their self-esteem, but she also felt wronged. Her eyes gradually turned red, and she was about to cry. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and walked over to put his arm around her shoulder. He let her head rest on his chest and patted her back to comfort her. Don't worry, we'll think of a way together. We won't keep you locked up in the room forever. His feelings were also very complicated. If Gu Nianji took the initiative to attack, the risk to her safety would definitely increase. But if she were to step in, many things would be much easier. Just like when they were in the other world, they had started to protect Gu Nianji tightly. She had lived in the base for 4 years, and there was no problem with her safety. However, there was no result from the investigation of her background. Later, they decided to let her out and take the initiative to come into contact with society. Only then did they attract He Ji Chu, who was truly related to her background, and Gu Yanran, who was indirectly related to her background. At that time, Gu Nianji was only 16 years old. When he made a decision, he didn't show any mercy at all. He was completely based on the maximization of their interests. Now that Gu Nianji was 20 years old and was about to turn 21 this year, he was filled with misgivings and wasn't as open as before. He looked down at Gu Nianji's little face, which was biting her lip to hold back her tears. His heart was filled with pity and reluctance. Lu Yuan was shocked by Gu Nianji's words and admired his nephew's wife even more. He nodded and praised, as expected of a girl who grew up in our army. This courage and tenacity did not let down the army's years of nurturing and education. Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji in a daze. After a while, he said, "I told you guys to follow my plan, but none of you listened. If I had followed my plan, Nianji would have been able to sleep soundly by now." Gu Nianji came back to her senses, and the tears in her eyes disappeared. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's arm and poked her head over to Lu Jin. "Dad, you're here again. We have a better way. Don't act on your own." Lu Jin looked at her worriedly and said, "But are you really going to get close to that Reinitz? They're the Gestapo, they always turn their backs on us." Gu Nianji looked at the three people in the room and saw only concern on their faces. She knew they had tacitly agreed, so she relaxed and smiled. "It's not that I want to take the initiative to approach him, but I want to wait for him to approach me. I am Jiang Taigong fishing, those who are willing to take the bait." Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, and Lu Jin looked at each other and reluctantly nodded. "Then we have to plan carefully." A few days later, the LoveLore Group's stock price gradually rose as it fluctuated. It had almost broken the $15 mark. The analysts of the stock market said that as long as a share broke through the $15 barrier, the next price breakthrough would be $20. This price was a travesty for the LoveLore Group stock, which was still $1,000 a share a month ago. However, compared to the $10 share price 10 days ago, it had risen by 50%. For those takers who bought stocks under $10, this return was extraordinarily high. Lu Jin and Gu Nianji watched from the sidelines and did not continue what they had been doing before. In other words, Gu Nianji did not send new screenshots, and Lu Jin did not stir up trouble in the stock market. They just waited quietly for the results. Lu Jin held a batch of LoveLore Group shares that he had bought a few days ago at around $10. He was not in a hurry to sell them. LoveLore had been even more nervous these past few days. Because the DNA samples sent from the Huaxia Empire were going to be officially released today. The goal that he and his family had been working on for over 100 years was finally going to be realized today, wasn't it? That day, he put on his most fitting black tuxedo and cleaned up his face. He first went to his family's laboratory in New York. This laboratory was indeed the largest in his family, with the largest number of people and the strictest security. The results of his family's investment in genetic science for over 100 years were all here. The driver parked the car in the laboratory's parking lot, got out of the car, went around to the other side, and opened the door for LoveLore. LoveLore walked to the elevator as soon as he got out of the car. From this elevator, he could go directly to the 6th floor underground of the building. Their family's laboratory was built underground. He pressed his palm on the palm print sensor at the door of the laboratory, and the silver-white stainless steel door of the laboratory slowly opened. This door was extremely heavy, and it was said to be able to withstand a nuclear bomb attack. LoveLore walked in and nodded to the receptionist at the door to greet him. The ordinary researchers in the laboratory were also very excited. For the past month, it was as if they were in a dream. They had done this magical gene test and seen many things they had never seen before. However, the main scientists in the laboratory were not so optimistic. When LoveLore walked into the conference room, they were still arguing. "What's wrong? Are you still discussing?" LoveLore sat down with a smile. How much is the difference between this DNA sample and the perfect gene? The Huaxia Empire claims that it is the sample closest to the perfect gene. The scientists looked at each other and pushed their glasses up the bridge of their nose in unison. The chief scientist of the laboratory, Mr. Rum, said seriously, "Mr. LoveLore, I want to emphasize that we don't know what the perfect gene is, so we don't know how to define the difference between it and the perfect gene." It was like comparing two people's height. If you didn't know how tall the person you were comparing with was, how could you compare? LoveLore frowned. Don't you have any idea what the perfect gene is? The scientists shook their heads in shame and said that the perfect gene needs theoretical support and guidance. Unfortunately, we are still exploring the definition of the perfect gene. Then, based on the information that you already know, how much overlap does the DNA sample this time coincide with the conclusion that you came up with after your exploration? It was easier to explain this way. The chief scientist, Rum, turned off the lights in the conference room and pulled down the projection screen on the wall. He then turned on the computer and connected it to the projector, wanting LoveLore to show the results of their test. "Mr. LoveLore, please take a look. Human genes are all on these 23 pairs of chromosomes, a total of 46. The coding system of human genes is also completed by these chromosomes. Every chromosome is a deoxyribonucleic acid, which is also a DNA molecule. And every DNA molecule has multiple gene fragments. These gene fragments control the hereditary characteristics of humans." As Rum spoke, he used his laser pointer to point at a gene fragment that looked as small as a silkworm. But not every gene fragment is healthy and normal. If we use a person's appearance and physique as an analogy, then some people are healthy, some are weak, some are tall and beautiful, and some are short and ugly. These are all determined by genes. On the genetic level, you see, isn't it the same as the appearance of humans? Some gene fragments are obviously much shorter and more fragile than normal people. These gene fragments are very unstable, and it is very easy for diseases to occur. And the perfect gene, we envision, should be one that eliminates all unhealthy and fragile genes, leaving only healthy, strong genes that won't suffer from hereditary diseases. People who grow up under the expression of such perfect genes should be the pinnacle of human evolution, which means that they are very close to the superhumans that our predecessors in the laboratory proposed. Lorraine was very excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "Good, good, good. Then what are we waiting for? Can you use this perfect gene sample to create a new zygote?" Rum hesitated. He did not want to discourage Lorraine, but he had to say it. In the field of science, there was no room for faking. Fakers could fool others for a while, but they could be exposed at any time. "Mr. Lorraine, the problem is, we feel that there is something wrong with this gene sample. Every gene fragment seems to have undergone gene editing, deleting the mutated and weakened genes, and replacing them with normal gene fragments. But the problem is, the normal gene fragments that were added later still suffered the same mutation and weakening." The smile on Lorraine's face disappeared. "What do you mean? Explain clearly." "What I mean is, this so-called DNA sample that is closest to the perfect gene can only be described as an attempt, but this attempt was unsuccessful." Lorraine's face turned pale. His voice suddenly became high and shrill, almost breaking his throat. "Don't tell me that your verification failed. It's not that our verification failed, it's that we verified that this DNA sample is not the closest to the perfect gene sample at all." Another scientist sneered and said, "Actually, I've been suspicious for a long time. Our American and European scientists haven't even touched the door to the perfect gene, so how can the Huaxia scientists be better than our people? They're best at fraud." The scientist sitting next to him snorted. "And stealing other people's scientific results. Mr. Lorraine, do you really trust them that much?" Lorraine felt like he had climbed up Mount Everest only to be thrown down from the top. He clutched his chest and gasped for air. He waved his hand and said, "You guys go out first. Mr. Rum, stay. I still have questions to ask." After the other scientists left, Lorraine put down his hand from his chest and asked him with red eyes, "Mr. Rum, is there no room for negotiation?" "What do you mean?" Chief Scientist Rum asked doubtfully, "What do you want to negotiate?" The DNA sample sent by the Huaxia Empire itself was flawed. How else could he negotiate? What if, I say, this is the sample closest to the perfect gene? Lorraine was ready to go all out for the sake of the stock price. He had to force it to be perfect. This is today's second update, Chapter 1815, The Murder Case Caused by a Ruggiamo, 4. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1827. But it isn't. Chief Scientist Rum insisted. He was a white German man in his 60s. He was bald and beardless, but this made him look more intelligent. "I know." Lorraine kicked the seat next to him in frustration. "I'm just letting you hold on for a few days. It's not like we're going to apply for a patent right away. What's the rush? As long as it's not time to make it public, won't people believe whatever you say?" Lorraine took a deep breath and patiently persuaded the chief scientist, Rum. "Also, I won't let you take responsibility for nothing. As long as you help me weather this storm, if the stock price can reach $500 by tomorrow, I'll give you stock options." Chief Scientist Rum's pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately asked shrewdly, "Options? How much?" "This number." Lorraine wrote a number on a piece of paper and pushed it in front of him. "If the stock price goes up to $500 tomorrow, you'll be a billionaire." For Rum, although the field of science was fascinating, only the charm of money could not be resisted. "Deal." He immediately high-fived Lorraine and took the note that Lorraine had just written. Of course, he did not forget to have Lorraine sign it. After Rum left, Lorraine sat alone in the conference room for a while. The expression on his face kept changing, just like the weather in New York in June. He was the last to leave the conference room. When he walked out of the conference room, his face had already changed into a warm and elegant smile. His arms were swinging unhurriedly as he calmly left the New York laboratory. Tomorrow, he would go to the New York Stock Exchange. He would give an important speech there. It would be an important speech for the whole world and mankind. The New York Stock Exchange was located at 11 Wall Street in Lower Manhattan, New York. It was a 10-story building with ancient Greek Renaissance style. At 7:00 the next morning, the street lamps on both sides of the street were still dimly lit. Lorraine rode the bulletproof Rolls-Royce Phantom to the entrance of the New York Stock Exchange. This was the stock exchange with the largest trading volume in the world. It was also the stock exchange with the longest history. This building alone had a history of more than 100 years. Of course, the history of stock trading itself was even longer, at least 200 to 300 years. There was no doubt that Lorraine's speech here would have a huge impact on the world. Standing on the bell-ringing balcony above the trading floor of the New York Stock Exchange, Lorraine felt like he was facing the history of mankind. Below the stage was an electronic trading screen flashing with blue light. The bustling traders wore badges on their chests and looked at the man standing on the balcony warily. This man used to call the wind and summon the rain in the world financial market, but he was once suppressed by the plummeting stock prices and almost turned white overnight. Today, he stood here again, facing his battlefield, facing the whole world, facing the entire human race. After the market closed last night, they received a notice saying that before the market reopened today, the chairman of the LoveLore Group, Mr. LoveLore III, would be here to give a speech and announce a very important discovery. This news alone caused the price of the LoveLore Group's shares to soar to $100 per share on the stock exchanges around the world. This far exceeded the $20 barrier that stock analysts had once estimated. It even made their forecast of $30 a joke. Trading before the market opened this morning also showed a lot of shorting. The traders were frantically closing out their positions. Everyone's mood was just like the stock price of the LoveLore Group before the market opened, rising steadily. LoveLore noticed it as well. This was all within his expectations. He already knew that as long as the perfect genes became a reality, the bears who shorted the stock market would all lose money. However, his expression was still very calm. It was the kind of indifference and gentleness that came from someone who had been through a lot. Only he knew that in order to achieve this, the sharp awl in his palm had already pierced himself until he bled. Because his calmness was completely achieved through the intense pain. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his racing heartbeat and jump off the small balcony. At 9:00, LoveLore calmly held a small hammer and knocked on the control panel in front of him. The bell rang and lasted for a total of 10 seconds. When the bell ended, the stock market opened. All the traders began to multitask. On one hand, they stared at the stock price in front of them, while on the other hand, they listened to the white-haired middle-aged man, LoveLore, who stood on the balcony of the trading floor. Not long after, his English with a British accent rang out in every corner of the New York Stock Exchange floor. It was also broadcast live on television to the rest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? I am LoveLore III, the chairman of the LoveLore Group. I am also the decision-maker for the orphanages, laboratories, and various scientific research institutions that the LoveLore Group has funded. I know that in the past month, there have been many rumors about the LoveLore Group spreading around the world. Here, I would like to reserve the right to sue all the media and netizens who created and spread the rumors. What I want to tell you is that everything they said is false. The LoveLore Group has always been committed to giving back to society and working hard to build a better and more advanced human society. Our orphanages have taken in tens of thousands of orphans. Our laboratories have made countless discoveries that are beneficial to human health. Our scientific research institutions have always been working hard for the future of humanity. Today, I stand here to tell everyone that the LoveLore Group has invested a huge amount of money in genetic research over the past 100 years has finally achieved a breakthrough. His voice paused for a moment, and his gaze looked into the distance as if he was looking into the distant future. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They involuntarily stopped what they were doing and looked even more nervously at LoveLore, who was standing on the small balcony of the trading hall. They had no idea what kind of sensational words he was going to say. LoveLore waited until everyone's attention was on him before retracting his gaze. His voice suddenly rose an octave. Today, I would like to announce that the laboratories under the LoveLore Group have successfully edited the perfect gene that belongs to humanity. In the trading hall, in front of their televisions, almost everyone who was listening to this speech from all over the world became restless. Perfect gene. What is a perfect gene? Is there really such a thing? LoveLore's eyes revealed an irrepressible fanaticism. This was because he saw the rising stock price in the trading hall. $200, $300, $400, $500, $600. The stock price of the LoveLore Group was jumping by $100 every minute. In less than 10 minutes, it had already returned to its highest price of $1,000 a month ago. However, it did not stop. It was still rising. There was a limit to how much the stock price could fall. At most, it could fall to zero. However, there was no limit to the rising stock price. This was because no one knew when it would reach its peak. Originally, the stock price should not have skyrocketed like this. However, there were too many people who had shorted the stock. Now that the system was forcing them to liquidate their positions, everyone had almost lost control of their accounts. At the critical point, they would be forced to buy their shares. This was why the stock price was rising so rapidly. And this skyrocketing stock price was the most powerful shot in the arm. LoveLore was so excited that he could not control himself. He loudly promoted the prospects of the perfect gene. Do you know what the perfect gene means to humanity? This means that we can unravel the mysteries of all genetic diseases. We can find suitable therapies. This means that all kinds of incurable diseases, including cancer, can be completely cured using gene therapy. This means that everything that is not good can be solved at the genetic level. This means that we, humans, have become God who can control our own lives for the first time. We believe in God. Because God sent His Son, Jesus, to preach the gospel to us. The perfect gene is a gift from God. The perfect gene is a great technological advancement that our LoveLore group has spent 100 years and tens of billions of assets in exchange for. People in the last century often said that the next century will be the century of biological genetic science. I believe that this is the most accurate prophecy made by humans in the last century. Because in this century, with the arrival of the perfect gene, we will truly usher in the golden age of biological genetic science. LoveLore faced the sky and stretched out his hands, like a pastor preaching the gospel. His body was practically shining with a holy light. And just as his voice fell, the LoveLore Group stock price had already broken the $2,000 mark per share. It was a full 100 times higher than the $20 mark that the stock analysts had predicted a few days ago. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1816, the murder case, caused by a Ruggiemo, 5. A reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday. Especially the recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1828. The fund managers who had gritted their teeth and refused to sell the LoveLore Corporation's shares were overjoyed and cheered in front of their computers. Adhering to the principle of chasing up and not down, a large amount of money poured into the stock market just to buy the LoveLore Corporation's shares. The LoveLore Corporation's shares didn't rise as fast as before after the short accounts closed out, but they still rose in a straight line. Gu Nianji, Lu Jin, Hu Xiaoheng, and Lu Yuan sat in front of the television and quietly watched LoveLore's speech. They also watched the spectacular rise of LoveLore's shares. Gu Nianji gave Lu Jin a thumbs up and smiled. "Dad, you're amazing. As expected, you can make money both the opposite and the opposite." After Lu Jin had closed out his position a few days ago, he had used a portion of the profits to buy a lot of LoveLore Corporation's shares for about $10. At that time, everyone was scrambling to sell their shares and make as much as they could. Lu Jin took advantage of it. He smiled and nodded. He cupped his hands and said, "It's all because of my peers, ha 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 ha." Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead. "Dad, your peers are physicists or biologists, right?" "No." Lu Jin coughed and said seriously, "Von Rollstein's peers are these big shots in the stock market." Although his expression was serious, his eyes flashed with a teasing light. Gu Nianji was amused and cupped her hands. "Okay, Mr. Von Rollstein, you're too amazing. Please accept a bow from my daughter." Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan didn't speak for a long time. They didn't feel anything as they watched the stock price rise and fall, but they were very wary of LoveLore's actions. After Gu Nianji and Lu Jin's boasting came to an end, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "LoveLore's boasting so much means that his counterattack is even more serious." Lu Yuan nodded and pointed at the rapidly rising green numbers on the television screen at the New York Stock Exchange. He said calmly, "For these people, this is their fate. Exposing their conspiracy is blocking their path to wealth. It's equivalent to killing their parents and taking their lives. Gu Nianji turned around and said disapprovingly, I'm taking their lives. Are they allowed to take my life, and I'm not allowed to take theirs? Lu Jin, Nianji, didn't you say that you studied law and didn't do anything illegal? Lu Jin couldn't help asking. Gu Nianji smiled lightly. I didn't break the law. When I said I want their lives, I want their money. If they don't have money, won't they lose their lives? Hua Xiaoheng didn't smile and said, Reinitz should be appearing soon. Nianji, have you really thought about it? Gu Nianji looked at him calmly. If I can fight him once, I can fight him again. The first time, I didn't have any help. I didn't know any information, but I was still able to heavily injure them. This time, I have you guys with me. I have the foresight to see the situation first. Why should I be afraid of them? Hua Xiaoheng would be lying if he said he wasn't worried, but he didn't say anything to stop her. Since she wanted to try, he had to let her go no matter how worried he was. When he returned to the guest room that night, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't sleep, so he got up to work on his plan. Lu Yuan knocked on the door and asked, Xiaoheng, are you asleep? Hua Xiaoheng got up and opened the door, then turned to the side to let Lu Yuan in. Lu Yuan was wearing olive green pajamas as he walked to the sofa in his room and sat down. Why aren't you sleeping so late? Hua Xiaoheng brought Lu Yuan a glass of water and placed it in front of him. Lu Yuan smiled. Aren't you unable to sleep either? Hua Xiaoheng sat opposite him and tapped the table with one hand. He said calmly, I'm making a plan of action. Nianji wants to take the initiative to attack, so I can only be her external help. Do you really think this is a good idea? Lu Yuan thought about it again and again, but still felt that he couldn't be impulsive. I admire her courage, but she's not in our line of work after all. She won't be able to achieve her goal with just her cleverness and momentary courage. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the coffee table in front of him and said in a low voice, I was negligent. If I had known earlier, I would have made them more delicious food and put it in the fridge. They wouldn't have gone out to buy things. It's not your fault. Lu Yuan came back to his senses and wondered, we came to the United States on Lu Jin's private plane, and we weren't followed along the way. How did Reinitz find us here? And he recognized Nianji. Did he know her before? Hua Xiaoheng said with certainty, Reinitz definitely didn't know Nianji before. As for how he found us here, I've been analyzing it for several days. When I was watching the stock market trading this morning, I suddenly remembered. What's the reason? Hua Xiaoheng slowly said a name. Von Rolster. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed and he said thoughtfully, you're saying it's because of Lu Jin's identity. That's the only reason I can think of. Hua Xiaoheng took out a pen and paper and drew out the possible logical connection between them. You see, Reinitz is German, and von Rolster is Corsican. They were both in Europe, so maybe they knew each other back then. Lu Yuan immediately shook his head and denied it. No, Lu Jin definitely doesn't know Reinitz. If they had met, with Lu Jin's memory, there's no way he wouldn't remember this person. Maybe they didn't know each other. Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment and said, maybe they knew each other unilaterally. The name von Rolster is very famous in a certain circle. As the successor to the director of the German Federal Intelligence Agency, Reinitz must have a detailed understanding of the European plutocrats and nobles. That was quite a reasonable argument. Lu Yuan nodded and agreed. That's more likely. This means that Reinitz might have come to find von Rolster, but Nianji happened to go out to buy Ruji ammo and met Reinitz. Now we only have one question left. How did Reinitz recognize Nianji? As Hua Xiaoheng thought about it, he drew another logical diagram on the paper. He pointed at the name with an arrow and said, if we extrapolate backwards, Reinitz was a helper hired by LoveLore. Lore had a close relationship with the Qin family, so we can infer that Nianji's photo had been passed down from the Qin family to Lore, or Lore already had Nianji's photo. It's normal for Lore to show Reinitz the photo. Lu Yuan asked in confusion, but we've already changed the DNA sample. Why are they still targeting Nianji? That's very simple. Hua Xiaoheng put down his pen and crossed his hands on his crossed legs. He said calmly, they should have already discovered that the DNA sample wasn't the real, perfect gene. It wasn't even the closest to the perfect gene. So, when they were fooling others, they didn't give up looking for the real, perfect gene. The faint smile on Lu Yuan's face gradually disappeared. He said solemnly, this means that they've actually been paying attention to Nianji. From the time she was born until she came back from the other side. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I think so too. So they have Nianji's photo and her information. Maybe they also have genetic samples from when she was a baby. If that's the case, they should also have Wen Shuyi's genetic samples. A strange expression appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Do you think they'll make the best of a mistake? We can't rule out that possibility. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed. That depends on whether the Qin family will cooperate. At that moment, Lore's mansion on the Upper East Side of Manhattan was brightly lit. Almost everyone in the Lore family was here, as well as many friends and colleagues. They were all here to attend a grand party. To celebrate the Lore Corporation stock hitting a new high. Everyone's faces were brimming with excited smiles. Everyone swayed their bodies on the dance floor, drank cocktails made by the best bartenders in Manhattan, ate sweet lobsters flown in from Maine, and sang and laughed at the full moon in the sky. However, Lore himself wasn't partying with everyone. Instead, he sat in his study and was talking to Reinitz. Thick, light gold velvet curtains with a soundproof layer covered the entire window. They hung like flowing water all the way to the ground. The light in the room was very dim. There was only a white hand lamp on the corner of the desk. One could barely see the letters on the keyboard. Lore said to Reinitz with a dark expression. Your mission now is to get Gu Nianji for me as soon as possible. I'll also send someone to the Huaxia Empire to invite Wen Shuyi over. I want to find out whose genes are the perfect genes. Lore didn't tell anyone that the so-called perfect genes experiment hadn't succeeded at all. Reinitz was cold and reserved. He nodded indifferently. Okay, I'll arrange the operation as soon as possible. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1817, A Murder Case Caused by a Rugiamo, 6. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1829. The LoveLore Corporation had funded so many orphanages, laboratories, and research institutes all over the world over the past 100 years, but they didn't just provide money and ignore everything else. They especially valued and guarded against the Huaxia Empire's orphanages and laboratories. Due to various reasons, they couldn't directly fund the Huaxia Empire's orphanages after the founding of the People's Republic, so they could only help them in a roundabout way. But because of this, they didn't have as much control over the Huaxia Empire's institutions as they did over other countries. Because of this, they all had a backup plan. LoveLore looked at the photo of Wen Shuyi and Gu Nianji in front of him and said ruefully, I also had their DNA samples back then. When they were born, I ordered someone to get them from there. Unfortunately, they were determined to be unsuccessful and set it aside. Now that I'm looking for them again, I can't find them anymore. That's why I can only give you their photos and simple identification materials. Actually, not only could they not find the DNA samples from back then, but even the test records from back then were gone. Of course, the computer system 20 years ago was relatively simple, and the internet had just come into existence. Encryption and antivirus software hadn't even hit the market yet, so they didn't even know when the records were lost. The LoveLore Corporation's New York laboratory was very large, and they conducted many experiments. They didn't care about the experiment records from 20 years ago that were determined to be a failure. It was too late for regrets now. Reinitz looked up, his blue eyes quietly staring at LoveLore as he asked in confusion. You can't find any of it. The experiment data is stored on the hard drive. When we were trying to verify the DNA samples recently, we discovered that the hard drive that stored the data from back then had permanent damage. The data can't be recovered. This was physical damage, so it was impossible to recover. Reinitz raised a brow. This can't be a coincidence, right? Aren't you going to investigate in the laboratory? Maybe there's a mole. It's too hard to investigate, LoveLore said honestly. It's been 26 or 27 years since when Shui was born. We don't have time to investigate at this juncture. It's just that someone doesn't want me to know who the DNA samples belong to. Anyway, I've hired you, so you can do whatever you want. Just get Gu Nianji here. When Shui doesn't need my help. Reinitz nodded slightly. She'll come herself. A sly smile appeared on Lorraine's face. Unlike Gu Nianji, she had a falling out with the Qin family, so we still had to think of a way to get her over here. Reinitz nodded and replied gracefully, Gu Nianji is in New York. Don't worry, I'll get her here as soon as possible. After leaving LoveLore's mansion, Reinitz ordered someone to drive slowly through the streets and alleys of Manhattan as he thought about something. Unfortunately, Lorraine needed to be captured alive. Otherwise, it would be much easier to just kill him and send him over. Early this morning, the sky was clear, like a blue crystal placed in clear water, revealing a watery azure color. Gu Nianji combed her long hair into a bun and used a Hermes navy blue sunflower silk scarf to wrap around her head. She also tied a red sports headband around her forehead to act as a headband. There was no makeup on her face, and her skin was fresh and translucent. Under the sea blue, gold, and bright red, she looked even more spirited and youthful. Dressed in a pale smoky gray sports suit and matching underwear. Armour's running shoes left the luxurious penthouse in Central Park and jogged along the path in Central Park. New York's Central Park area could be said to be extremely expensive, but because the trees were tall and the forest was dense, it was also a good place to hide evil. Drug addicts, chickens and ducks who traded in the flesh business, all conducted their transactions in this secret place. There were also murders from time to time. Therefore, New York locals no longer ran there. Most of the people who came to play and run were foreigners like Gu Nianji who had just arrived in New York. Of course, Gu Nianji's main purpose for coming here wasn't to run. She wore a Bluetooth headset in her ear, and there was a small camera in the center of the 4 cm wide and 1 cm thick sports headband on her forehead that could transmit images back to Lu Jin's apartment. Gu Nianji actually hated running the most, but in order to participate in this operation, she didn't even care about running, which she hated the most. She had been jogging there for several days, and on this day, her prey finally arrived. Right across the path she often ran, a black man suddenly jumped out from around the corner. With a flip of his palm, a black pistol appeared, and he aimed it at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji immediately stopped in her tracks and looked at the man calmly. What? Doi, what do you want? The Negro waved his pistol nervously and mumbled, money. Give him money. Money. I want money. Gu Nianji nodded, her voice calm. Okay. She put her hand into her pocket and fumbled around inside. At that moment, she felt someone sneaking up on her from behind, causing the air to flow and the hair on the back of her neck to stand on end. Gu Nianji instinctively dodged to the side, and the black man opposite her immediately fired a shot out of reflex. Bang! The people behind her also pulled out their guns and fired back. The gunshots were like firecrackers crackling in the quiet forest. The birds were startled awake and flew into the sky. Gu Nianji covered her head and hid on the side of the road. Although these people pulled out their guns and shot randomly, they miraculously avoided where she was standing. She quickly understood. It was a trap, and it was aimed at her. More and more footsteps could be heard approaching, and the sirens of police cars could be heard not far away. Gu Nianji tried her best to move towards the bushes behind her. Not far away, Hu Xiaoheng was leaning against a tree in the same jumper as the black man and observing carefully. His hood was low on his head, and the collar in front of him was raised to cover his entire face. He held a pistol in his hand and aimed it at Gu Nianji. As long as the group of black men dared to shoot at Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng would not hesitate to shoot them from behind. However, the group of black men seemed to have discussed it. No one really shot at Gu Nianji. However, they gradually joined forces and surrounded Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji took a step back and stood up with the help of the small tree. She took out the anti-wolf spray that Lu Jin had specially made for her from her pocket and sprayed it at the group of black men in front of her. A thick white smoke sprayed out from the small lipstick-like object in her hand, almost blurring everyone's vision. These black men were all old foxes who had committed many crimes. How could they take a mere anti-wolf spray seriously? They charged forward without a care in the world. However, as soon as they came into contact with the white smoke, they suddenly lost all their strength. Not only did they lose their strength, but their eyes also ached, as if they had encountered tear gas. A few of the black men with asthma even held their throats and began to roll their eyes. Fortunately, these people with asthma all carried asthma sprayers with them. They quickly took them out and sprayed them into their mouths a few times to relieve the symptoms. However, they could no longer muster up the strength to pursue. They leaned against the tree trunk and panted heavily. Their hands were sore and weak, and they could barely hold their guns. What they didn't know was that if they could walk out of the woods alive, they would find that they would have permanent male dysfunction, which meant that they would never be able to violence against women again. However, they couldn't wait for that day. A man in black turned around from behind the woods with a silencer in his hand. He fired several shots at the already limp black men and killed all of them in the woods. Hu Xiaoheng witnessed everything from a distance. He silently used a high-definition pinhole camera to capture all the scenes of the man in black committing the crime. Then he pulled down his hood and chased in the direction that Gu Nianji had disappeared to. The police car finally arrived. What awaited them was a ground full of corpses. Gu Nianji ran in the woods of Central Park for a while and planned to leave from another exit. At that moment, her Bluetooth headset rang. It was Hu Xiaoheng's voice. "There's a man in black following you at 7:00 behind you. Don't be afraid. Don't look back. Keep moving forward." Gu Nianji heard Hu Xiaoheng's voice and instantly calmed down. She took out a small powder box and opened it to look at herself. The man in black disappeared in a flash behind her. Gu Nianji pretended not to see it. She adjusted her bangs in the mirror, then closed it and put it back in her pocket. She squatted down to tie her shoelaces. After dawdling for a long time, she finally stood up and walked forward. The man in black behind her didn't seem to be able to wait any longer. He suddenly rolled out from behind the bushes and half knelt on the ground. He drew his gun and aimed it steadily at Gu Nianji. He said hoarsely, "Freeze. Don't move." Gu Nianji instantly froze. She remained motionless and stood there with her back to the man in black. The man in black smiled proudly and was about to stand up when another man in white sportswear suddenly rushed out from behind him and kicked his wrist that was holding the gun. The man in black felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He couldn't hold the gun at all. The gun flew out of his hand like a parabola and flew towards Gu Nianji. The man who rushed out from behind looked up and stared at Gu Nianji with his dark blue eyes. He said loudly, "Hold it." Catch! Gu Nianji turned around just in time to see a ray of sunlight shining through the gaps in the trees. It fell on the man's pure blonde hair and made his sculpted features appear even more ethereal. It was Reinitz. Gu Nianji instinctively reached out to catch the gun that flew in front of her. The man in black was unwilling to be captured. He knelt on one leg and pulled out another gun from his belt to aim at Reinitz. At the same time, Reinitz had already quickly ran to Gu Nianji's side. He covered her eyes with one hand and grabbed her hand that was holding the gun with the other. He pressed down on her finger and pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. It hit the man in black right in the forehead. Reinitz released his hand, and Gu Nianji saw a round black hole on the man's forehead. A stream of black blood slowly flowed from it. The man in black looked to be an American man. He looked at them blankly and fell to the ground with a thud. He twitched a few times and could no longer move. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1818, A Case of Murder Caused by a Ruggiamo, 7. A reminder to everyone for your monthly and recommendation votes. The second update was at 8 p.m. Moi 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 moi. Chapter 1830. Fresh green forests, tender green lawns, and golden rays of the morning sun shone through the treetops. Reinitz stood sideways and maintained the position of holding Gu Nianji's hand. His warm palm felt soft and smooth, but it was a bit cold, like he was holding a piece of jade. His gaze gradually fell on Gu Nianji's head, which was wrapped in a scarf, and he pondered how to pull a strand of hair without alerting Gu Nianji. Not far away, the shouts of the police came from all directions. Gu Nianji didn't waste even a second. She quickly stuffed the gun into Reinitz's hand and rubbed it. She turned around and crouched on the ground, covering her head as she yelled, "Help! Help!" Before Reinitz could react, a police officer rushed out of the woods and pointed a gun at him. "Freeze! Don't move!" Gu Nianji hugged her head and cried. She kept screaming like a frightened little girl. The policeman, who always arrived later, felt a sense of heroism. A policewoman pointed her gun in Reinitz's direction as she moved to Gu Nianji's side. She slowly squatted down, then abruptly pulled Gu Nianji up and shielded her behind her. The gun in Reinitz's hand was still pointed in the direction of the man in black on the ground. In the eyes of the police, not only did he kill the man in black on the ground, but he also attempted to kill the pitiful, weak, and helpless young lady, Gu Nianji, Dropiergen. Putia Ransup. Put down the gun. Raise your hands. The police ordered Reinitz loudly, the guns in his hands loaded. As soon as Reinitz made a move, they wouldn't hesitate to open fire and shoot him full of holes. For the first time, Reinitz felt that things were out of his control. He closed his eyes with a bitter smile and threw the gun in his hand onto the grass. He raised his hands and said slowly, "I want to call my lawyer. I'm here to save this lady. She's being chased by the people on the ground. You can call your lawyer, but right now, you have to come back to the police station with us." A police officer walked over with a stern face and handcuffed Reinitz. Gu Nianji peeked her head out from behind the policewoman and looked at Reinitz with a panicked expression. Her plump lips opened and closed slightly, as though she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to say it. Reinitz looked back at her deeply and said, "Miss, are you willing to testify for me?" Gu Nianji was so scared that she retracted her head again. She hugged her arms and muttered, It's that man in black who wants to kill me." The policeman looked at her in surprise and said, "Just now, you squatted on the ground and shouted for help." Gu Nianji nodded and whispered, "I heard the gunshots and was very scared. I didn't react in time." Reinitz's eyes flashed. If his reaction just now was called not reacting, then his reaction was really slow. However, from the police's point of view, what Gu Nianji had said was normal for girls her age. The policewoman patted her shoulder sympathetically and said, "Don't be afraid. We'll protect you." However, because of what Gu Nianji had said, the police were much more polite to Reinitz. They didn't point their guns at him anymore and also removed his handcuffs. Because Gu Nianji was considered a witness and was also at the scene, she was taken by the police and Reinitz to the nearby police station. "Can you repeat what happened just now?" Because Reinitz refused to say anything, the police had no choice but to cross-examine Gu Nianji as a witness. Gu Nianji bit her lip and turned pale. She began to recount what had happened in broken English. She didn't blame everything on Reinitz. After all, she wanted to initiate the attack. If Reinitz was sent to jail, how was she supposed to act? Therefore, she truthfully recounted everything that had happened before. She only left out the part where Reinitz pressed down on her finger and killed the man in black. She only said that Reinitz had snatched the gun from the man's hand and shot him to death. When Gu Nianji stuffed the gun back into Reinitz's hand, she had already wiped off the fingerprints on it. The police could only find Reinitz's fingerprints on the gun. As for the man in black, Gu Nianji remembered that he seemed to be wearing gloves. She had indeed set Reinitz up by doing this, but wasn't Reinitz also setting her up by pressing her finger and shooting her? If it weren't for her quick reaction, she and Reinitz would both be suspected of murder now. Now that she was a witness and could prove that Reinitz had saved someone and defended himself, his problems would be much smaller. The police didn't completely believe her, but they didn't doubt her either. Several people took turns interrogating her. Gu Nianji was annoyed. She thought to herself, "If I don't speak, you won't dare to ask. Are you picking on the weak?" However, she was now pretending to be a pitiful, weak, and helpless, ignorant girl. She couldn't show off her full aura and act like a lawyer. Just as she was feeling regretful, she suddenly heard the door to the interrogation room open with a click. Lu Yuan, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, walked in like an elite. He was accompanied by two serious-looking white men in the same suit and leather shoes. The two white men were holding briefcases in their hands. One of them said, "This is the CEO of our Lu Corporation, President Lu. I'm his lawyer." The other said, "I'm the lawyer hired by President Lu to represent this lady. Please don't continue to break the law and pester my client." Lu Yuan's face was livid. "Is this the level of the NYPD? What law did my friend break? Instead of arresting those who tried to hurt her, you interrogated her as a suspect." Gu Nianji burst into tears and threw herself into Lu Yuan's arms. The NYPD police officer was very embarrassed and quickly said, "This lady is a witness. We just want to figure out what happened." Since when can a police officer be a judge? If you want to figure out what happened, shouldn't you investigate it yourselves? My client has suffered a great shock. After we go back for a psychiatric evaluation, we'll discuss how to sue the NYPD for improper law enforcement. The lawyer Lu Yuan had hired for Gu Nianji said righteously. Gu Nianji tugged at Lu Yuan's shirt and whispered, "A man saved me today, but he was arrested as a suspect." "Oh. Really?" Lu Yuan quickly pretended to be concerned. "Who is it? Can I see him? I want to thank him." The police officer who had interrogated Gu Nianji said reluctantly, "He's a major suspect. He can't see anyone right now." "Oh. He can't even see a lawyer." One of the white lawyers standing next to Lu Yuan said sarcastically. Gu Nianji whispered again, "I heard that man say he was going to call his lawyer, the police officer." Lu Yuan snorted and led Gu Nianji out of the interrogation room. When they arrived at the parking lot and were about to get into the car, they saw Reinitz's lawyer pick him up. The two of them walked in their direction as they spoke. Gu Nianji pointed at Reinitz and said, "That's the person who saved me." Lu Yuan smiled and walked over. He reached out his hand to Reinitz and said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my friend." He then took the initiative to say, "Miss Gu came to New York with me. We live in an apartment near Central Park. Please come to my house when you have time. I'll definitely treat you well." This calmly explained the reason why Gu Nianji had appeared in the top-of-the-line luxury area near Central Park. Reinitz looked up at him and didn't shake his hand. He just nodded casually and said, "You're welcome. As a man, I would have saved someone in that situation." He looked at Gu Nianji, who was cowering behind Lu Yuan, and asked with a faint smile, "You two live together? Is she your girlfriend?" Lu Yuan laughed heartily. "Of course not. Look at our age. How could we be boyfriend and girlfriend? Actually, Miss Gu is a partner of our company. She came to New York for an inspection." This was today's second update, Chapter 1819, The Murder Case, Caused by a Rugiamo, 8. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1831. Reinitz put his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Nianji, who was standing next to Lu Yuan, with interest. "They're not boyfriend and girlfriend. But she threw herself into your arms just now." Lu Yuan still smiled warmly and said, "Miss Gu was frightened by how you killed people just now. No matter how good she is at her profession, she's only a young girl who's just 20 years old. When she's in danger in this unfamiliar place, her first reaction is, of course, to seek protection. Besides, other than work, I have a good personal relationship with Miss Gu. I treat her as my niece. It's not too much for an elder to comfort a junior, right?" Reinitz didn't have Lu Yuan's specific information for the time being, but from the looks of it, the Lu Corporation's signboard wasn't fake. Moreover, Lu Yuan was polite and tactful. He was a typical businessman. Reinitz smiled noncommittally and said meaningfully, "But this young lady's acting skills are really good. She threw the pistol at me with great skill. You've practiced it many times, haven't you?" Gu Nianji lowered her head and pointed at her fingers. She shook her head quickly with a pitiful look on her face. "I've never thrown a pistol, and I've never practiced throwing a pistol." She had clearly stuffed the pistol back in. And she had indeed never practiced throwing a pistol. She had only practiced shooting. The two were completely different. Gu Nianji denied it without any guilt. Some things could be done, but she couldn't admit it. For example, she had just framed Reinitz. This was still the NYPD's territory. She would have to be crazy to admit that she had framed Reinitz here. Reinitz was also very surprised. He had thought that Gu Nianji was a typical obedient girl, but what she had done today had really broadened his horizons. However, this kind of girl was interesting. Reinitz's gaze lingered on Gu Nianji for a long time. Gu Nianji was still in a state of shock. She tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve and wanted to get into the car to go home. The corners of Reinitz's mouth twitched twice. She had really gone too far. Did she think he didn't know that she was a lawyer? She had even sent her own mother to prison. How could such a person be a pure and innocent rabbit who was scared silly? But he couldn't expose her. Because he probably didn't know Gu Nianji right now. The two of them were strangers who had just met, otherwise, he would be exposed. Reinitz smiled faintly and bowed slightly. "Miss Gu, right? May I leave a phone number for my lawyer? You are my most important witness. Whether I can be acquitted or not depends on you." He performed a standard Western salute. Gu Nianji pouted and turned her head to say, "The police station left my number just now. If you want it, go get it from the police station." The more she refused to give, the more interested Reinitz became. He put his hands in his pockets and said helplessly, "Miss Gu, you really have to help me. That pistol only has my fingerprints on it. If you don't testify, I will really be wronged." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Can you really watch as your savior is wrongly killed?" Only then did Gu Nianji look up timidly, her big bright eyes quickly glancing at him. His eyes were as clear as water. Reinitz smiled at her and raised his chin at her, revealing the small groove in his chin. Gu Nianji smiled gratefully at him and gave him a phone number. This was the mission phone that Lu Jin had prepared for her. It wasn't her usual phone or number. Reinitz had a good memory, so he remembered it after listening to it. He immediately took out his phone and dialed. Gu Nianji's phone rang. She took out her mission phone and entered Reinitz's number into her address book. She waved at him. "Okay, thank you for today. I'm going home." She and Lu Yuan got into Lu Yuan's car. When they returned to the luxury apartment on the top floor of Central Park, Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I didn't expect Reinitz to be so arrogant. This time, he's even more ruthless than that Reinitz over there." Hu Xiaoheng walked up to her and helped her untie the headscarf wrapped around her head and the sports headband on her forehead. He said calmly, "His men really kill without batting an eye, and what's even more ruthless is that they can sacrifice themselves at any time." Lu Yuan took off his suit jacket and hung it in the small cloakroom at the door. He said calmly, "From the video that Xiaoheng sent back, the man in black who killed those black people should be the killer that Reinitz paid for." Gu Nianji took off the sports headband on her forehead and handed it to Lu Jin, who was walking over. She said in surprise, "A killer can buy his life." Of course. Some killers don't want to live anymore for various reasons, or if they can't live anymore, they'll offer a price to buy their life. Some killers, for various reasons, don't want to live anymore, or they can't live anymore. So, they will offer a price to buy their lives. Hu Xiaoheng also said, "Reinitz's plan should be to let Nianji kill someone, and then he'll go to the police station to testify and get Nianji out." Hu Xiaoheng also said, "Reinitz's plan should be to let Nianji kill someone, and then he'll go to the police station to testify and get Nianji out." Lu Jin laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "I didn't expect to be pecked in the eye by a goose." In the end, he killed someone, and Nianji went to the police station to testify. When Nianji put the pistol back, I saw Reinitz stunned for a whole minute. At that moment, a minute was enough to reverse everything. Hu Xiaoheng's smile was more reserved, but his facial features relaxed slightly, and a trace of pride flashed across his eyes. Lu Yuan patted Gu Nianji's head. "Nianji is indeed able to deal with it flexibly. This is her natural intuition and reflexes. I think she's qualified." Gu Nianji was stunned for a long time. She sighed and said, "I didn't expect Reinitz to be so rich." Lu Yuan, faced with such a ferocious Gestapo leader who killed people without batting an eye, Gu Nianji sighed that he was actually quite rich. This angle was really strange. Lu Yuan didn't say anything and glanced at Lu Jin lightly. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was in a heated discussion with Gu Nianji. "I wonder if he can reimburse Lorraine for the money he used to buy the killer's life. It should be at public expense, right?" Gu Nianji said hesitantly, "After all, it's a mission. Could it also be reimbursed by the Federal Intelligence Agency?" Lu Yuan didn't want to listen anymore, so he said calmly, "I'm going back to my apartment. You guys can discuss it slowly." Hu Xiaoheng also followed him out. Gu Nianji saw that they had all left, so she dragged Lu Jin to Lu Yuan's apartment for lunch. In order to find another place for Gu Nianji to live, Lu Yuan's apartment would come in handy if Reinitz connected Gu Nianji to Von Rolst. Lu Yuan had once bought an apartment here in the name of the Lu Corporation. It wasn't as big as Von Rolst's luxurious penthouse apartment, but it wasn't small either. It was close to 2,500 square feet, so it was quite spacious for an apartment. Gu Nianji stayed in Lu Yuan's apartment and waited quietly for 2 days before she went out for a run in the morning again. This time, she chose the path on the other side of Central Park and avoided the path where many people had been killed 2 days ago. Perhaps it was because there had been many murders 2 days ago. Central Park was much quieter. She jogged for a mile and hadn't seen anyone else yet. However, when she turned a corner, she almost bumped into a person who was also jogging. Gu Nianji quickly stopped the car and looked up. It was Reinitz again. Why is it you again? Gu Nianji pointed at him and frowned. You. What's your name? I forgot to ask last time. Reinitz's eyes flashed, and he said very gently, My name is Reinitz. What's your name? My surname is Gu, and my English name is Sirius. Gu Nianji generously extended her hand. I'm so happy to meet you again. Reinitz saw that she was actually wearing a pair of sports gloves, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He gently touched her hand and said, Nice to meet you. He naturally turned around and jogged in the same direction as Gu Nianji as he said, Thank you for your testimony last time. I'm fine now. Gu Nianji, really? Your lawyer is amazing. Gu Nianji looked very happy. I thought I would have to go to the police station a few more times. The police later checked the pistol and found out the identity of the man in black, Reinitz said with confidence and a smile. They found out that the man was a wanted criminal who had robbed the NYPD's arsenal. That pistol was stolen by that man. I've already registered it with them. Gu Nianji understood. This was also part of Reinitz's plan, right? He had arranged for that man, so that man's pistol must have been part of his plan. That was why he had pressed down on her finger and fired the gun, leaving her fingerprints on the pistol. After she was arrested by the police, he would jump out and testify as a good person. The police would eventually find out the origin of the gun and the true identity of the man in black, so she would be fine. She had fired the gun in self-defense, so it didn't matter even if there were fingerprints. The result of a false alarm was that she would be deeply grateful to Reinitz. Unfortunately, she had refused to play the role in the script he had written. Instead, she performed exceedingly well. Gu Nianji was secretly amused, but she pretended to be cheerful and said, That's great. That's right. We were defending ourselves, so there won't be any legal consequences. Oh. Serious, you seem to be very proficient in the law. Reinitz deliberately led the topic to Gu Nianji's profession. Gu Nianji smiled and said, I studied law and am a practicing lawyer. But what I'm interested in now isn't the law, but the key settings of the computer database. Oh. Reinitz raised his eyebrows. Very few women are interested in the key to a database. You also said very few, but not none. Gu Nianji stopped jogging and began to walk as she stretched her arms. I'm working with President Liu on the security of the computer database. He brought me to New York on a business trip to see what the world's most advanced database security system is like. The world's most advanced database security system? Reinitz was very puzzled. He also stopped jogging and walked away from Gu Nianji's arm. You mean in New York? Yes. The New York Stock Exchange. Gu Nianji's smile was brighter than the sun in early May. Seeing that Gu Nianji was interested in the database key, Reinitz immediately catered to her interest. He sneered and said, The New York Stock Exchange's database security system can be called the most advanced. Miss Gu hasn't been in the industry for long, right? I know of a company with a database security system that's flawless. Really? Which system? Can I see it? Gu Nianji asked in surprise. If you're interested, go to the New York Metropolitan Museum tomorrow. I'll bring my computer and show you a very interesting database security system. Reinitz was very confident in his country's database security system, and he thought that Gu Nianji was just a rookie. How high could her standards be? The branch system of their bureau's database was enough to blind Gu Nianji's large eyes, which seemed to reflect the early summer sun. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1820, Only Women Like This Are Interesting. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 1832. After jogging home, Gu Nianji went to the bathroom to take a shower and tidy her hair. She dried her hair with the hairdryer while talking to Hu Xiaoheng, who was leaning against the bathroom door. I met Reinitz today. I said I was interested in the security system of the computer database. He asked me to go to the Metropolitan Museum tomorrow to show me a company's database security system. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed. The New York Metropolitan Museum. Yes, is there a problem? Gu Nianji finished drying her hair and turned to look at him. Hu Xiaoheng thought of something and turned to Gu Nianji. Change your clothes and come out for dinner. I have something to ask CEO Lu. Lu Yuan was checking his email on the computer in the living room. He was still the president of the Lu Corporation, so he couldn't be like Lu Jin, who didn't care about anything. He still had to reply to work emails. Hu Xiaoheng sat down beside him and suddenly asked, Did you send a coordinate signal to your phone at the Metropolitan Museum in New York? Lu Yuan's hand paused. He looked up at him and replied, What's wrong? Did you get any inspiration from decoding the signal? Lu Jin said that decoding the signal can find the law and frequency of magnetic resonance, which will help you get in touch with us. Unfortunately, before we could get in touch, Nianji was kidnapped. Hu Xiaoheng had long guessed that it had something to do with Lu Yuan. Now that he had confirmed it, he felt much more at ease. He said, No wonder we received the signal and found traces of an abnormal magnetic field, but it quickly disappeared. We don't have enough magnetic field energy storage. It's impossible to send this kind of enlightening signal without limit. Lu Yuan closed the computer and couldn't help but think of Song Jining. After pondering for a while, he finally asked, Who received the signal? Hu Xiaoheng turned his head away calmly. Miss Song. Lu Yuan's emotions surged when he heard the address. The images of the two of them interacting in the past flashed through his mind. They were like pencil drawings outlined by ink lines, both clear and illusory. His self-control was extremely strong. Even if he missed her, he wouldn't indulge himself. Without batting an eyelid, he stood up and walked to the window, looking out at Central Park. Early summer was approaching, and the tender green leaves had just climbed up the branches. As far as the eye could see, it was all lush green. After a while, Lu Yuan turned around and looked at Hu Xiaoheng, who was even calmer than him. The corners of his mouth twitched. Did Miss Song send you here? Hu Xiaoheng didn't raise his head to look at Lu Yuan. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he nodded. There was a hint of pride in his deep and magnetic voice. Of course it's Miss Song. Madame Song is the only one who can decipher the two magnetic field codes left by Gu Xiangwen. Lu Yuan recalled the stunning young girl from back then. Not only was she extremely intelligent, but she was also beautiful and moving. It was just that she was a little slow when it came to relationships. He raised his head and smiled. Several years of time flashed past his mind. The autumn swan has faith, and the spring dream has no trace. There was an indescribable sense of peace and tranquility in the living room. Gu Nianji walked over with her hair up and looked at the two of them in confusion. What are you guys talking about? Her soft and delicate voice was like the early summer wind blowing through the treetops. Hu Xiaoheng's throat tightened, and he felt a little hot. He also stood up and pulled out the chair next to him. Come, sit down. Let's demonstrate tomorrow's operation. Gu Nianji was elated. Sure. I've been doing well these past few days, haven't I? Her big eyes suddenly lit up, and her face was filled with, please praise me. Hua Xiaoheng gently scratched her straight and exquisite little nose. It's not bad. You barely passed. Ha! I had to use all my strength to pass. Major General Hua, aren't you being too strict? Gu Nianji felt that Lu Yuan was a little depressed, so she deliberately made an exaggerated joke to make him happy. Lu Yuan turned around and leaned against the windowsill of the bay window. He smiled as he watched Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng act shamelessly. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head. His fingers gently touched the soft skin of her cheek, and he felt as if he had been electrocuted. Looking away calmly, Hua Xiaoheng turned on Lu Yuan's laptop and began to demonstrate for her. The scene was a little dazzling and familiar. The decades of time in front of him seemed to have disappeared, and he had returned to the time he spent with that young girl. The two of them didn't spend much time alone, and it was all for business, but every minute and second was precious. Lu Yuan pursed his lips and walked out of the living room. The weather the next day wasn't very good. It often rained in New York in early summer, and April and May were when it rained the most. Gu Nianji held an umbrella with Monet's most famous painting of the Lotus Pond and walked towards the New York Metropolitan Museum. The museum was also near Central Park, not far from Gu Nianji's apartment. It was within walking distance. Reinitz wore a long black raincoat and stood upright on the steps of the museum. He held a black computer bag in one hand as his gaze scanned the crowd. His blonde hair, blue eyes, and handsome and tall appearance were too eye-catching among the ordinary tourists. From time to time, bold girls would go over to strike up a conversation, trying to get his contact information. Reinitz calmly used German to say that he didn't understand English. Not long after, he saw the unique umbrella, as well as the woman smiling sweetly under the umbrella. She looked up at him on the steps. Her starry eyes were the most dazzling scenery on a rainy day. Reinitz immediately put on his most perfect smile and walked down the steps gracefully. He reached out his hand to her. Did you have a good journey? It's raining today. I should have picked you up, but you didn't want to. He spoke English with a perfect British accent. The girls who had been rejected by him saying that he didn't understand English were speechless. Gu Nianji switched the umbrella with her other hand and quietly avoided Reinitz's outstretched hand. She smiled and nodded. I live very close, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. Her gaze fell directly on the computer bag in Reinitz's hand. This is what you wanted to show me. Reinitz took Gu Nianji's umbrella and diffused the awkwardness. Go in, I'll take you to a good place. Gu Nianji had never been to the museum before. Although it was very famous, for a child on the internet, looking at someone else's illustrated travel notes was basically a tour. So even though she had never been here before, she was no stranger to the layout and exhibits. She followed Reinitz into the museum and kept walking until they reached a corner that was rarely visited by tourists. Reinitz turned around with a smile and winked at her. Come, sit here. I brought you here because this is the most comfortable sofa in the entire museum. Gu Nianji was speechless. She looked up at her surroundings. It turned out that this was Lehman's art gallery, which housed the famous paintings that Mr. Lehman had collected throughout his life. Gu Nianji looked at the biography of the person next to the oil painting, and her mood became even more complicated. This person was actually the founder of the largest investment bank, Lehman Brothers, which had been destroyed by her father, Lu Jin. Reinitz didn't know what Gu Nianji was thinking. He saw her staring blankly at the oil painting hanging in front of her and said, "This is a portrait of Princess de Broglie, the proud work of the neoclassical master, Anger." He looked at the oil painting, then at Gu Nianji. He smiled and whispered in her ear. Compared to you, she's just a maid. You're the princess. He teased. I'm your attendant. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and smiled. You're really joking. She's a real princess, and I'm not a princess. Besides, I can't afford an attendant like you. Reinitz laughed at her retort and didn't continue to pester her. He sat down on the sofa and turned on the computer. Come, let me show you my computer database security system. Gu Nianji keenly caught on to his words. Your computer database security system? Didn't you say it was a company's computer database? Is this company yours? The corners of Reinitz's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that this girl really couldn't be underestimated. She was really too sharp. He accidentally let it slip, and she caught on to it. However, this aroused his fighting spirit even more. It's only fun to be evenly matched, right? This is the second update of the day, Chapter 1821, The Princess and the Attendant. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, only reading makes people happy in life, for the 60,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1833. Reinitz smiled slightly. His sparkling eyes were like the blue sky that had been washed by rain. They were extremely moving. His voice was clear, and he chuckled in a low voice. You can say that, but this company isn't mine. I'm just a member of it. Gu Nianji had a look of admiration in her eyes. Aristocrat. You're so great, Reinitz simply gave her the laptop mouse. Play by yourself. Will it be too difficult? What if I don't understand it? Gu Nianji appropriately acted like a novice. She hesitantly took the mouse from Reinitz's hand and randomly clicked on his computer. Reinitz crossed his legs and sat in the corner of the sofa. He rested one hand on the back of the sofa and supported his head with the other. He stared at Gu Nianji's profile and hair with a smile. He regretfully discovered that today was another day he couldn't pull out his hair. This was because Gu Nianji had changed her headscarf. It was still a Hermes silk scarf that wrapped her hair tightly. However, she had tied a small bow on the left side of her head, making her face look small and playful. He didn't notice that Gu Nianji had quickly connected to the Metropolitan Museum's Wi-Fi and was looking at all kinds of root directory files on his computer. She had also quietly opened the back door and let Lu Jin, who was lurking on the internet, in. When Reinitz came back to his senses, he glanced at the computer screen and saw that Gu Nianji had opened many programs. He couldn't help frowning. What are you looking for? The database. Gu Nianji said confidently. I can't find it no matter how hard I try. Reinitz leaned over to take a look and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He curled his index finger and gently tapped Gu Nianji's forehead. He said softly, "Little idiot." As he spoke, he found the database connection system for her and opened it for her to click in to observe. This database system was a branch system of the German Federal Intelligence Agency. However, anyone who used a database knew that the so-called branch system was only a difference in name. In fact, they were all connected to each other. Otherwise, why would it be called a database? It was like storing goods in different warehouses and eventually integrating them into a large system. However, without a key, it was impossible to integrate these warehouses stored in different locations. Gu Nianji curiously looked at the structure menu inside and asked some very basic questions about databases from time to time. Reinitz was quite attentive. He answered her questions one by one and gave her all kinds of demonstrations. Gu Nianji finally asked about the key out of curiosity. Reinitz didn't tell her the answer directly. He just smiled and said, "In 2 days, there will be an opera called The Lion King on Broadway. Would it be possible for Miss Gu to come and watch the opera with me?" He added, "When the time comes, I'll tell you in detail the rules and logic behind how we set the keys." Gu Nianji thought to herself. She didn't want to explore all the information about the German Federal Intelligence Service, but she really wanted to figure out the pattern of their keys. She felt that the key settings of the same organization in both worlds should be the same. Even if it was not exactly the same, the rules and logic must be the same. But she didn't agree immediately. She stammered, "But I might not be free in 2 days. Also, the key sounds very difficult. I have such a poor foundation now, I won't be able to understand it even if I listen." "I guarantee you will understand." Reinitz patted his chest as a guarantee. In order to pique Gu Nianji's interest, he taught her a lot more basic knowledge about the keys and used their branch's database system as a demonstration. One spoke and one listened, and they both lost track of time. They only snapped back to reality when the museum staff informed them that it was closing. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Listening to you is better than studying for 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Reinitz." "You're welcome. It's my honor to be able to serve a princess like you," Reinitz said warmly. He immediately took advantage of the situation and invited again. "In 2 days, there will be an opera called The Lion King on Broadway. May I have the honor of inviting Miss Gu?" Gu Nianji finally smiled and nodded. "Okay, I also like The Lion King." This Disney cartoon had once been the bridge between her and her father. Reinitz's lips curled up, revealing 2 very cute little dimples. It was already evening when they left the Metropolitan Museum. The rain had long stopped, and the street lamps on the side of the road were lit up. Not far away, the sky was a dark blue. The skyline of Manhattan was filled with high-rise buildings. The setting sun passed through the forest-like buildings and finally slowly descended below the horizon. Reinitz insisted on sending Gu Nianji back to the luxury apartment in Central Park. It wasn't far, and they arrived after strolling a few blocks. Gu Nianji held an umbrella and smiled. "Thank you so much for today. I learned a lot." Reinitz smiled and bowed. "It's my honor." They then agreed on a time and place to go to the opera, and Reinitz took the opportunity to set up a chance to have dinner with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't agree immediately this time. She said hesitantly, "I'm only staying in New York for a few days. After the opera, I'll be going back. I still have work to do when I get back." Reinitz's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled. "That's fine. Then let's have dinner together on the day of the opera." "But won't that be too late?" Gu Nianji said uneasily. "I have to be home before 10 p.m., what a good girl," Reinitz said as he reached out to touch her head. Gu Nianji quietly tilted her head and avoided it. She said angrily, "Mr. Reinitz, we don't know each other that well, do we? Why are you always so interested in my head?" "Oh. Really?" Reinitz retracted his hand and smiled. "You're so cute. When you smile, you remind me of the kitten at my house in Berlin." Gu Nianji, she stopped smiling and glanced at him indifferently. She walked gracefully up the steps and into the lobby of the apartment. Reinitz knew that Gu Nianji was unhappy, but he wasn't angry. He smiled as he watched her back disappear into the brown revolving glass door before turning to leave. Gu Nianji returned to Lu Yuan's apartment. As soon as she entered, she saw Lu Yuan, Lu Jin, and Hu Xiaoheng looking up at her in the living room. Gu Nianji smiled and put the umbrella in the small cupboard by the door. She changed into her slippers and said, "Are you guys lining up to welcome me?" Lu Jin winked and said, "Nianji, the way you and Reinitz look at the computer together is really a good match." Hu Xiaoheng, how was it a good match? Lu Yuan sensed Hu Xiaoheng's displeasure and deliberately smiled. Actually, they don't really match. Black-haired and black-eyed people are the best match. Black-haired and black-eyed people can't have blonde and blue-eyed children. Hu Xiaoheng, it was getting more and more ridiculous. Gu Nianji held back her laughter so much that she was about to tremble. She quickly said, President Lu can ask my dad for advice about heredity. She then nodded at Hu Xiaoheng to appease him. She then looked at Lu Jin and quickly asked, Dad, did you get into Reinitz's computer? Did you find anything good? Lu Jin shook his head. Reinitz is very cautious. There's not much content on his computer, and the database is also a common item. The key is that we don't know the key, so we can't get to the headquarters from his database branch. Gu Nianji sat down beside him and said, Reinitz said that he'll talk to me about the rules and logic of their department's keys in 2 days. Do you think I should go? Oh. That's great. What did he say? Gu Nianji repeated what Reinitz had told her this afternoon about the keys. Of course, Reinitz didn't mention the specific rules and logic. Lu Jin fell into deep thought after hearing this. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan looked at each other and said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, come to the study. Gu Nianji followed them into the study. With Lu Jin around, Lu Yuan and Hu Xiaoheng didn't have to spend time on the keys. They had more important things to do. Hu Xiaoheng sat down on the desk. He crossed his arms and stretched his long legs. He said in a low voice, Reinitz asked you to go to the opera in 2 days. Gu Nianji nodded. You already know. This time, her umbrella was specially made with a miniature webcam on it. Lu Yuan frowned and said, according to my observations over the past few days, LoveLore has transferred a large sum of money to Reinitz. Hu Xiaoheng continued, Reinitz has also mobilized a lot of people. In 2 days, they're going to make a move no matter what. Are you sure? Gu Nianji asked in confusion. Are you sure that they're going to make a move based on these 2 points? Also, the research results of LoveLore's lab have been questioned by the authorities. LoveLore needs to disclose a portion of the research information within a certain period of time. So we think that they can't wait any longer. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa and held a cup of tea. He smiled and said, also, LoveLore has already tricked Wen Shui over. Gu Nianji, Wen Shui is so cunning. How did LoveLore trick her? Gu Nianji was very curious. Lu Yuan was amused by her and laughed. Everyone has a weakness. As long as we find her weakness, it won't be difficult to trick her. Hu Xiaoheng also smiled and said. LoveLore promised her greater development and made her the vice president of the legal department of the LoveLore Corporation. Gu Nianji gasped. The VP of the legal department of the LoveLore Corporation. This temptation is indeed irresistible to Wen Shui. Wen Shui is most looking forward to personal success in her career. This is probably her ultimate goal, Lu Yuan said humorously. LoveLore is also very good at psychological warfare. But I remember that Wen Shui's passport was confiscated. Gu Nianji thought of something else. She can't go abroad. You have to thank your brother He for that. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said, President Lu asked him to cooperate, and he agreed. He acquiesced to Wen Shui looking for ways to get her passport back after spending a lot of money. Her plane will arrive tomorrow. Lu Yuan laughed. There'll be a good show to watch then. So from the analysis of various phenomena, we think that the opera performance in 2 days will be when they make their move. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. What will they do then? Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan shook their heads together. Reinitz is in charge of this. We can't eavesdrop. Reinitz himself was an expert in this field. Eavesdropping on him was probably only a little easier than eavesdropping on Hu Xiaoheng. Even when Lu Jin entered Reinitz's computer through the back door today, he didn't find anything useful. Hua Xiaoheng's expression gradually became serious. Nianji, think about it carefully. It might be extremely dangerous in 2 days. Do you still want to go? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1822, Everyone Has a Weakness. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.